get to this in my presentation. Asia Pacific is also uniquely positioned to continue to scale up on these digital innovation technologies. Once again, if you look at the graph since the pandemic, we see a flurry of policy, digital policies that were adopted, and in South and Southwest Asia, it's led by India. There's been a very rapid increase in the size of the digital economy. Internet penetration has increased very quickly after, particularly during the pandemic and post-pandemic, mobile phone usage, and then, of course, all driven by a young and tech-savvy population in the sub-region. I think we spoke about that yesterday. In terms of the size, in the finance sector, we estimate that the value of digital transactions are projected to reach $6.7 trillion compared to in 2026 compared to $4 trillion in 2021. Maybe all this innovation and this hope that we have that digital solutions are the promising means of accelerating SDG progress can be categorized first under the cognitive digital technologies. This is the hot topic of the day, the AI, and the way AI is changing early warning systems, the way AI is changing all the knowledge-intensive professions, medical diagnosis being one of them. GovTech, it's another area that's very dynamic. India is a best case example with its national digital ID system that has been rolled out. Digital finance, the digitalization of tax administration, Hamza presented to us the data showing an increase of tax revenue to GDP ratio from 13% to 18%. And at least one of the reasons is the improved administration, tax administration that has been possible through all these e-filings, e-invoicing, etc., etc. Which has added transparency, has reduced leakages, and a host of other advantages. And this is all made possible by the Internet of Things. The Internet smart infrastructure is the basis. It's our basic infrastructure. Without the Internet of Things, all of the rest would not be possible. But Asia Pacific is the most digitally divided region in the world. Sorry, okay. Of course, it's the most digitally divided because it also has digital leaders. So leaders in digital innovation are to be found in Asia Pacific, but then there are also a number of countries that are lagging behind. And so this is really the reason for this digital divide. But if we delve a little deeper into the nature of the digital divide, so the success story, and once again, I think it was, spurred on by the pandemic. The success has been the rollout of mobile broadband. We see, for example, in South and Southwest Asia, which started at very low levels in 2013, we see the rapidest increases in the rollout of mobile broadband. In terms, the progress has been much slower in the fixed broadband. This means the deployment of fiber optic cable. And why? Because it is much more expensive. difficult terrains, rural areas with a low population density, so the business case is not there. A lot of these investments are done by the private sector. So yes, the infrastructure has made tremendous progress, but we still have a number of accessibility gaps that are at the center of the digital divide. So 96% of the population in Asia Pacific lives in areas covered by mobile broadband networks, but we estimate that only 1/3 productively uses the internet, and up to 40% of people still lack basic digital skills. And when we look at the rural-urban divides, we see there that 4 out of 5 people in urban areas use the internet, but in rural populations is just about half of the population. One of the key reasons is affordability. So the UN Broadband Commission defines affordability as less than 2%. So a broadband package per month should cost less than 2% of GNI per capita. And you see in South and Southwest Asia that while mobile broadband is affordable, fixed broadband is not. And then you see some countries such as Afghanistan, where both mobile and fixed is unaffordable. But why is fixed broadband important? Because it is still the most reliable, and it is still the gold standard for internet connectivity. So even as we are all on Wi-Fi in this meeting room, we are using Wi-Fi because there is a fiber to the building. There is underlying the Wi-Fi is the fixed broadband connectivity. So that's the key reason why it's important. And now when we look at goal 17 specifically, indicator 17.6.1 is focused on fixed internet broadband subscriptions per 100 inhabitants by speed. And we see that there is very slow progress. The other indicator, which is internet users, proportion of individuals using the internet, we see that it's on track. One of the exceptions in terms of indicators on track, but it doesn't really tell us much about the quality or how productively people are using the internet. In terms of South and Southwest Asia in particular, we see once again the fixed internet broadband subscriptions that are below the Asia Pacific average, and the proportion of individuals using the internet also below, nevertheless rising. And then once again in South and Southwest Asia, the success story is really the mobile networks. So by 2022, 2G had reached 98% of the population, 3G 96%, and 4G 95%. So this is really a tremendous achievement. So in ESCAP, very briefly, because I know my time is out, we have the key driving force for our work is closing the digital divide. And so we have a regional cooperation platform called the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway. It has 3 pillars: connectivity for all, digital technologies and applications, and digital data. And actually, India serves as the co-chair of our working group 2 on digital technologies and applications. And then for the first time, this year, we convened a ministerial conference So once again, I think this is a reflection of how digital has moved into a much higher strategic policy making um, uh, uh, motivation. So digital cooperation has become a strategic sector, and ministers met and they adopted the Astana Ministerial Declaration, which provides for us a blueprint. It mobilized high-level participation, and it was a very dynamic conference with excellent organization and hosting by the government of Kazakhstan. Another aspect of our work is related to the use of AI for disaster risk reduction. And we have developed what is called the SAT GPT. So we've used large language models, combined it with satellite imagery, and we have now managed to automate flood hotspot mapping. And this application actually won the Innovation Award of ESCAP this year. And what's more, we have a risk and resilience portal, which also won the Innovation Award. So the two Innovation Awards that were up for grabs in ESCAP by popular vote were both won by these applications. Once again, a reflection of, I think, the opportunities that are there and of the talent that is there. I understand very little about this, I have to admit. I'm too old to understand, but I have really excellent young staff who are driving this kind of work. Then we have a publication that looked specifically at smarter climate action. And so just to conclude, the key messages I'd like to leave with you is that Asia Pacific is emerging as a hub of global digital transformation, but we need to tackle the digital divide. Otherwise, the new and emerging technologies, all the wonderful applications that we are seeing are going to widen disparities. They are going to unravel the social fabric. So that digital divide has to be closed. And it has to be closed not only for social cohesion, social inclusion, but it also has to be closed for addressing the escalating threats of climate change and disasters. To do this, we need to tackle the issues not only from the infrastructure perspective. The infrastructure is the essential but not sufficient condition. We really need to look at it as an ecosystem, an enabling ecosystem with multiple prongs of action. The scaling up of digital solutions will depend crucially on expanding the digital skills. And the digital skills that the younger generation needs is quite different to the digital skills that old people like myself need. But there are vulnerabilities across the whole lifelong learning process. And so as we become digital by default, this lifelong learning process becomes crucial. And then, of course, ESCAP is committed to continuing to work with our member states on regional digital cooperation. And we look forward to working with you all through the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. So now we will go to the breakout group discussions. Just to remind, group 1 is financing, and that will be in meeting room number 15. Group 2 is trade, and that will be 16. And digital innovation, group 3, will be meeting room 17. They are all downstairs. So please kindly go. It's a moderated discussion. We have the guiding questions. I'll leave to the moderators and the group to decide how you want to use them. There may be other specific questions for the themes. And those who are online, please go to the Zoom link of the three groups. And if you could come back here by 11 o'clock, and on the way back, you can grab tea outside on this floor. So thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Yes. So as we wait for everybody to come back, the bell was ringing. I'd like to invite to the dais, in addition to our chair and resource persons, Ms. Gitu Joshi, the advisor for International Economic Relations at the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance of India. Dr. Sheila Bide, am I pronouncing it right? Chairperson of the Women's Entrepreneurs International Trade and Technology Center of India. And Mr. Ruhul Amin, the Joint Secretary from the Economic Relations Division of the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh. And then we're missing Tiziana and Hamza. Are the presentations or the slides already ready for projection? Hmm? 1 minute, okay. Nice photo of, this is breakout group 1, financing. Yes, go ahead. I heard, yeah. I'm trying to get everybody.
35, 40 presentations are not completed.
Can you get everybody in? So-
I already told.
Yeah. That's what we're waiting for. We're ready. Where's Hamza and Tiziana? Can we ask them to come in? Joseph, like to start. So presentation for breakout group 1, please. If you could put it up. Is this it? Good. Okay, it's up here. So I think I'll kickstart for time purposes. So I'd like to ask the moderator of Group 1, Ms. Gitu Joshi, to start her report back from the group discussion. 5 minutes, please, if you can manage.
A very good morning to all. It's a pleasure to join you all today for this forum and the discussions on this very important topic of SDG 17, which is partnerships for the goals. And I think we've had excellent presentations this morning. My compliments to all the speakers, and their presentations did spark a lot of discussion in the breakout groups. Thank you to UNSCAP and Nidhi for inviting us for this conference. And I do feel this is a very timely interaction, more because the challenges, needs, and priorities of this region are unique, and there's a need to give greater attention to these. And in that context, I think our discussions have focused on financing for development and issues revolving around that. It's also important in the context of the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which is going to be held in Spain in June 2025. and preparatory work has begun for that, and therefore views of all the participants are very important, which we have tried to summarize in the presentation. I'll just quickly, I just have 2 slides, one on challenges and issues, and we had constructive discussions in the breakout group. I'll just begin with highlighting some of the challenges which were highlighted by the participants. The first, of course, there was concern regarding unilateral measures which limit domestic resource mobilization and access to international financing, with severe impact on people in the region, particularly in some areas or some countries in the region. There's another challenge which is regarding the regressive taxation which prevails alongside rising debt distress that is not necessarily allocated to productive use. So that was in fact an important challenge highlighted by some of the participants. Government expenditures are not well aligned with SDGs and ultimate outcomes, especially in health, education, and MSMEs. That alignment needs to be done. It is critical. And we also had challenges regarding, there were participants who spoke about need for committing the developed countries to commit for their ODAs, which is, basically allowing lower access, leading to lower access to financing, especially for LDCs and in climate finance as well. So ODA commitments remain a challenge because donors are not forthcoming. There's limited access to financing and technology among MSMEs and also among the women entrepreneurs. There's lack of transparency and prevalence of corruption, which limits private sector's engagement in financing SDGs. Limited data availability is also a bit of a concern, and analysis is required that could support evidence-based planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation to make the most of the existing resources. Limited engagement with civil society, academia, and research institutions during the budget planning and monitoring process was also highlighted by some as one of the key challenges impacting the development outcomes in the region. Coming to possible solutions, there were suggestions regarding tax reforms, which of course Hamza had highlighted in detail in his presentation in the morning as well, which would help improve domestic resource mobilization through progressive taxation. This way, there was a need felt, and some participants did express the view that more resources will become available for universal health insurance and social protection, in addition to financing the other SDGs. There is a need to strengthen the capacity of local governments to mobilize resources, and I think capacity building is required all across in all sectors, and it is a cross-cutting issue. Fight against illicit financial flow and address informal and unregulated economy is again important to widen the tax base. And here the role of accounting and bookkeeping is important, which again requires capacity building. There's need to encourage corporate social responsibility to raise financing for development and incentivize domestic and innovative private financing through harnessing the blended finance instruments. So private finance does need to step up, and of course here MDBs would come in to play an important role in terms of de-risking and helping leverage the private investment that is required to reach our SDGs. It's important to restructure debt, increase ODA, enforce ODA commitments, and reduce cost of capital for private sector investment. Reforming and strengthening MDBs to deepen their financial resources is a key critical input to having more resources for development needs of the region. Importance of enhancing engagement of civil society in public budgeting process, as well as monitoring and impact assessments was also highlighted. There's need to improve accessibility to the economy, especially women and persons with disabilities, to widen the formal employment and taxation base. So essentially, these were some solutions which came out of the discussions, deliberations, and the views expressed by the participants in the breakout group on financing for development. And we do hope some of these form the basis of discussions at the upcoming International Conference on Financing for Development. Thank you so much. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. So we go to group 2 on trade. Dr. Sheila. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I'm the moderator for the group 2, which was relating to international trade and foreign direct investment. It is SDG 17, and it emphasizes the need for partnership and cooperation among countries to achieve the goals of digital divide and growth. So the challenges and issues that we identified, there is exploitation of local resources, particularly mineral, by high-income countries under FDI. But the quality of the FDI has to be scrutinized, because though it adds to the GDP of the country receiving the FDI, it may not necessarily help the local people have direct benefits of the FDI, because the land is taken away from the poor agriculturalists and it is exploited for its minerals, and the profits of this go to the investing country and investing company. Local governments do get some revenue, but they may not be equal to the loss that has taken place. So FDI is profitable, but it needs to be regulated and monitored very carefully. Second is, trade is not general neutral. We all know this, SDG 5, and there must be policies for differentiated effects due to women's varied positions in the economy, and what is the impact of trade and investment on women as a special category. The women do not have the same benefits from formal international trade as do the men. So we have to see how we can promote women in trade on an equitable basis. Then sometimes there are factors that come into international trade which are very important, relevant for the world, but they can have negative impact on access. For example, EU has many new carbon taxes, restrictions on non-green products coming into their country. So of course, who will deny that we must focus on green technology, environment issues, etc. But if they are done unilaterally, the exporting developing countries do have a problem. It becomes a non-tariff barrier. So there must be better discussion on this, prior knowledge about such things, and help the developing countries to meet those international standards on carbon or any other environment issues. Then in our South Asia, we have countries which are very small and very landlocked. So they have some special problems and we must help them especially. Maldives and Bhutan, they are struggling hard with economic diversification due to their special environmental issues, landlocked as I mentioned, and also because of poor economies of scale. Their population is small. The population in Maldives is spread across many islands, They are not very well integrated islands amongst themselves. And that is a very bad negative factor for them to compete internationally in foreign trade. So some special consideration should be given to them, and so that some of the products which are locally available, very unique, based on local organic resources, those can be exploited and given them that special edge that they require.
No, 1 minute, please.
Okay, sorry. Then there is the burden of non-tariff measures, which also is same non-tariff barriers, need for harmonization of product standards and amongst regional partners. Because there is no harmonization, trade is restricted. Structural transformation is weak, difficulty to shift labor to industrial activities. So that shift has to be managed properly so that there's no disruption for the people. And last point is growing fragmentation in digital trade policy. Some are fast advanced and some are not. So we did discuss some possible solutions, but I won't elaborate now because there's time shortage. We have to focus on domestic environment. International organizations like UNICEF can help a lot in bringing up about regional cooperation and harmonization of standards, which I just mentioned. Digital solutions is a great benefit, and more people, women especially, should be digitally trained, and studies should be taken up by neutral institutions like SCAP to see what policies are helping the developing countries and which are not. Thank you.
Sorry to rush you. Thank you, but we'll have the records for everybody's access. So may I invite Mr. Amin to report back on Group 3, Digital Innovation.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, respected chair, especially the additional secretary to the government of India, the officials of SCAP, and the moderators as well as the presence informed me. This is the unique opportunity for me to be here and work as a moderator. The topics is strengthening the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable. This is a very important, crucial important. There are 3 presentations we notice. That means this is very important. Is there anyone without having a mobile phone? Absolutely not. Without having internet? We are with internet all the time. We are talking about digital innovation. The topics was given especially for the presentation. What is the challenge and what is the suggestion from our side? Lots of thanks to our group member, especially to identify the challenge we are talking about. We make ourselves digital, and for this reason, just we identified some of the challenges. Basically, the challenge are most of the cases inadequate digital infrastructure, especially lacks of the fund from the government side as well as the private sector. Lack of the equitable affordable access to digital connectivity and technologies also. There shall have the awareness, lacks of awareness. I mean, education, there is a problem for the education, that there is no appropriate training. Skills is very necessary, especially in this case. This is the technological issues, and this is the advanced technology. There is a gap in between of the two, adoption and adaptations. There are some of the people who would like, we are in belief for the inclusiveness, but there are some of the people have, I mean, lag behind. We are talking about the marginalized people. There are huge number of the marginalized people, how to integrate themselves. This is the challenge. The digital technology is, I mean, huge cost. That means everybody is not in a position to afford the cost of this. Especially there are some of the training program, but especially from the government side as well as the private sector, it is very difficult to provide this kind of training to them. Especially there are various platform we have especially, but especially it's very difficult for the uneducated people. Platform are not user friendly. We're talking about especially, it depends on the education and the adaptability also. There is a gap in between of the, I mean, general disparity of digital users also. There is the group pointed out especially in terms of misuse of the internet, those are the people having the business, but they are not in a position especially how to protect the interest of all the people around them. Regularity, there is a lacks of the consciousness from the government side as well as the private sector. They are feeding us especially all the time. We are familiar with the misuse of the internet. There is some of the cyber crime also. That means the regulatory framework shall be there, but in the absence of this, many happenings we are noticing. There is a biasness in algorithm, loss of creativity due to unregulated use of artificial intelligence. There are challenges, but we came up with the solutions, especially without having infrastructure developed. It's very difficult. The presentation I depicted in front of us, infrastructure development, huge cost involvement. The government should work on this issue, especially the developed country. There is a commitment, especially to provide funded towards the developing countries as well as the LDCs, especially 0.2%. They are supposed to provide this kind of, especially for the development of the infrastructure. The group identified especially the inclusiveness, especially those are the marginalized people are residing at the backward places, especially they should be inclusive. Facilities will be given towards especially how to integrate themselves into the process. Without having education, especially in this area, absolutely impossible to deal this issue. Deal these issues, especially. We are supposed to especially improve the digital literacy and make them ensure especially to create a position especially to deal these issues and concern. Public and private partnership will be there, especially how to mobilize the resource and investment. Without having that, absolutely impossible to ensure the equity of their self.
Can you
There is a-
wrap up?
Yeah, there is I've been concerned on the site, especially the big data and data disruption. So we should work on these issues. That means the government as well as the private sector should work together. And for this reason, we are here. There are some of the challenges, but we have to work on these issues and concern, especially SCAP is working and the government also working and the private sector. We should go together, especially for the further development, and we should ensure the digital innovation so that all will be inserted into the heart of the sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, this group had a lot of solutions, so I appreciate that. Our chair, Mr. Agarwal, has another engagement to rush to. So before we open the floor, I'd just like to ask him to make maybe a final remark and let him go.
Thank you. I think, first of all, a very big thank you to UNSCAPE and Niti Aayog for organizing this and giving us an opportunity to be here. Because personally, I think more awareness and more perspective on what is happening in this space is also important for all countries and all partners to evaluate where we are moving, what others are doing, and recalibrate our strategies as we go forward. So this is a good effort, and my felicitations for that. From India's perspective, if you look at SDGs, I think we have been in the forefront to address the goals that are enshrined as a part of SDGs. If you look at the last 10 years of governance of Modi's administration, if you look at There's two dictum that our Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about and has been following. One, that world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. He has been espousing this cause and saying that, and even when we look at SDGs, we understand that sustainability is not something that any partner country or any country can do it alone. We can achieve it either together or not achieve it together. So at the end of the day, it is one family. The globe has to move together. Then only in real terms we'll be able to bring in the goals that are enshrined as a part of SDGs. Secondly, within the country also, the one of the governance principles that has been espoused is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas. The idea is to make it as inclusive as possible. All of us know we live in a very inequitable world, but that's also by design. If you look at natural endowments, they are different. If you look at resource endowments, they are different. Every countries have different resource endowment. If you look at human resource endowments, they are also different. If you look at demographic composition, those are also different. So natural will live in societies which are going to be inequitable because of certain natural way the whole society or the globe has been constructed. What we need to look at whether we are doing something more to accentuate that inequality or we are doing something more to reduce that inequality to whatever extent that is possible. That's to my understanding, that is the debate that we need to look at. The deficits will always be there. The challenge of access and equity will always be there. But if you are moving in the right direction and with the right efficiency, right effectiveness, I think the journey is worth taking and we should keep on moving in that direction. In India, to move the SDGs, if you look at the various programs of government, I think looking at the overall demographic profile of the country, the per capita income that we do have around $2,600 plus, and also the inequity in the society, the rural India and the urban India. I think government has taken a number of programs, like if you look at housing for all, the Ujjwala Yojana, bringing in the clean fuel in the rural households, water for all, even universal health care through Ayushman Bharat, even food security through our public stock holding programs, primary health care ecosystem, even financial inclusion through Jan Dhan Yojana. All these are designed to ensure that we are able to reduce inequities in the society and move towards achieving one or other sustainable growth 17 SDGs that are enshrined by 2030. And that has actually made an impact. And if you look at overall scores terms, India has been progressing as far as the SDG. I'm not getting into individual SDGs. We might be doing well in some, we might not be doing well in some others. But overall, I think as a country, we are moving in the right direction. Today, when we are talking about SDG 17, again, we feel SDG 17 is about collaboration amongst nations, sectors, and community to address the interconnected global challenges that all of us are facing. This is a very important SDG because unless we are able to do that, we can't do a significant impact on all remaining other 16 SDGs. And as I have initially said, sustainability is a drive which we have to all take together. Looking at some of the insights that I got from here, looking at the presentation, 6 of them made today, I think I'll just reflect on some of the one. I think presentation talked about that there has been a challenge, lack of financing, adequate financing has also impeded growth towards SDGs. We have not been able to get the right amount of finance that probably the countries need and need to put in towards meeting those SDGs goal, and there is a significant deficit in that. And the way to do it is raising both our domestic investments and also trying to create pathways for FDIs into the economies, into the SDGs. That being said, I think one of the key challenges the developing countries like India faces, that though the resource base is increasing, it is not increasing at the base would require. On one hand, we say we need to have more resources, we need to maybe rationalize our taxation base upwards, what I saw from one presentation. But on the other hand, the debate is in a developing society, can our population have more taxation? There are examples which they will relate that taxation is not a best way. We can't tax them more. So we need to find a fine balance of whatever we have got, how to channelize these resources. The key challenge is domestic allocation of resources. We don't live in an ideal world. So maybe the domestic allocation may not move to the right SDGs or all the SDGs at a time. But the challenge before governments and the civil servants like us, or from public policy perspective, is with those limited resources, do I have the right sequence of allocation? Can I have I cannot, because if I spread it too wide, it is too thin. If I spread it in the wrong sectors, I may grow well, but because there is no concomitant growth in other SDGs, we are not able to make that significant impact. If you can have something around what is the best sequence to work upon when allocations are scarce and you need to use it to the best capacity, I think it will help, because this is a challenge, ways and means challenges across the board. All developing countries must be facing it. How do we address it? That is something we need to look at. Two, I think we also talked about how trade can be an economic driver for growth. I think gender inclusion is trade, I think, is a very important area that we need to work upon, because if we are able to unlock the potential, economic potential of female labor participation in the labor force, I think it can give that impetus that this developing countries need to actually leapfrog the whole journey and try to move in the right direction. That is one area where not much has been done, though a lot of regulations now are coming into fore which are trying to address this. Within India also, a lot of regulations are trying to incentivize more women participation in labor force, and there has been an uptick in the numbers that we see now. Next, I think for developing countries now, to move towards the SDGs and also try to meet the aspirations of the people, we need to understand we cannot take the path that our developed partners took 50 years or 100 years back. The same journey has to be done, but may not be through the same path. So what needs to be done is work, collaborate and work with our developed partners to actually leverage the technologies, the modern technologies, to enable us leapfrog and meet the aspirations of the people by leapfrogging and actually going through a different route and trying to reach the aspirations of our people. So that is important, because if you don't use that, I think if you go through the same journey, we'll never be able to meet the SDGs. And one of the key challenges will be the carbon footprint of our GDP grows. How do we manage it if we go the same path? So that is one that we'll need to, and there I think the developed North will need to come forward by evangelizing and making the technologies accessible to the global South. Until that happens, that journey is incomplete. Two, I think to bridge the financing gap also, the commitments made by the North needs to be made good. The $100 billion put towards, committed under, I think the UNFCCC, that the developed North will bring for bringing in carbon, reducing carbon footprint and bringing the right technologies in the developing world, that also commitment need to be made good. It's 25 years. Until unless that is made good, this journey will also remain incomplete. And lastly, I'd like to say the big opportunity that personally I see, which is before us, is the increasing digitalization of the world. With increasing digitalization of the world is getting flattened by the day. And if that is happening, it is creating a larger access for global market for everybody. A person sitting in a rural India can also access the global market in a manner that a person sitting in Delhi can. So if you are able to use this digitalization process and see that each of us try to move on this digitalization of our economies in a much faster way, I think this is one opportunity which can enable us move much faster and towards achieving our SDGs, enable us moving towards adding more, I think, bringing in more equity in our societies in a much faster manner. In India also, personally, I feel one of the key drivers in last decade or so has been this digital journey. If you look at India's exports itself, one of the key drivers of our exports have been, one of the data slides showed that, has been the journey through our ITS, the digital services that we are able to offer to the world sitting back in India has been one of the key drivers. We are becoming a home to the global GCCs now, with more than 1,600 GCCs coming in India and more likely to come as we go along. Because these are the opportunities, and this is not going to happen only in India, it is going to happen in all the developing world. And if we are able to actually seize this opportunity, I think this journey can be hastened and we'll be in right state as we go forward. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, my thanks to UNScape for organizing this. I would have loved to be here to listen to the conversation around these goals, but I do have a commitment to meet around 12:15. So I'll have to leave now. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for those very insightful reflections. So I will also like to aim to end this session at 12:15. So I'm going to open up for any questions or any contributions very succinctly, and then I'm going to come back to the table here for last remarks. So please raise your hand and the microphone should come to you.
Hello, this is Dr. Anirudh, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all the insights that you provided. It was very informative content. Thank you. So my question is very specific to financing. Right? So I would like to know how can we leverage, innovative financing mechanisms, right, to within the, let's say South and Southwest Asia, like blended financing and, outcome-based financing, right, to drive cross-border solutions, right, and that basically address shared SDG goals, right, and especially in case if you can reflect upon how can these be helpful with, in providing some sort of support till the grassroots level. Yeah, thank you.
Please.
My question to Madam Tiziana Barabse. The thing is like IT, AI, data is inevitable. That's going to be the language. Every decade, the illiteracy rate prevails. Only thing, which illiteracy of what? Now today, the secured way of using digital platform and the protection of data and the privacy is a matter of illiteracy from the civil usage beneficiary from side. And what are the efforts, mechanism or the structure to protect the data, and also offenses like misinformation, disinformation, by penetrating and hacking these data. So I like to understand that mechanism from your side, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And my question also goes to Madam Tiziana. As I couldn't divide myself to participate in both working group, I want to raise the concern about, again, sanctioning the digital platform. For example, in my country and in Afghanistan and so many countries, beside the filtering from the governmental level, we are also affecting by the filtering of those platform by other countries, by the developed countries who are providing this platform. For example, since the after the COVID, whenever we want to even enter Zoom link and these kind of platform, as they are all know where we are connecting, so they filter us. So always we should use proxies to use those platforms. And again, for using GBTs and other weather broadcasts, which is very needed for grassroots people who are small-scale farmers and need these broadcasts for their farming. So all of these applications are filtered, and and all of them are because of the sanctions. And the other thing I want to address is my question to Mr. Hamza, that yes, we know that at the global level, all of the debates regarding the sanctions is blocked by the country who are imposing those sanctions to us. So we need more collaboration within the civil society, because whenever these kind of negotiations comes up from our side, then they cannot block at the way that they are blocking whenever it comes from the governmental from our governments. So we need more spaces at that level. And we want to ask you how we can collaborate as the grassroots level people at that level. Thank you.
Q, thing from Tamil Nadu.
Yes, very good morning. It was a wonderful presentations by all three presenters. I think I have discussed with this Mr. Malik ji regarding this taxation. See, he in his presentations he mentioned that explore the tax possibilities. See, as far as India is concerned, already we are paying many kind of taxes, including GST and other things. So, in India, like India, more taxes will burden the grassroots communities. Even the ordinary people, they are paying their money through GST. So, this is one concern. And another thing I want to congratulate Ruba's presentation. He mentioned that tariff cuts for green goods. That's a very welcome move. This is my views. Thank you.
Can you bring a microphone here, please? Please stand up so that they can know where you are.
Thank you, Mikiko. Actually, I would like to thank the Gitu ma'am also for covering all the points from the group. And then I would like to request Hamza especially, because I have been part of your social economic survey and I am biggest beneficiary to read it for, like macroeconomic data. But, just I would like to suggest that in the coming year, I think we should focus on the disaggregated level data in the economic survey and basically the expenditure side, because we have already passed almost 10 years of this process. So let us see that, how much disaggregated data we can provide, and also along with data, some, outcomes data as well, because everybody is appreciating, its own efforts and everything is, goody, but we should know that, where we are, because now we have to move to, another SDG, or maybe now name will be different, but I think we should have something. Thank you so much.
One
Thank you.
last, one more there.
Yeah, just two quick questions to Hamza Malik. First, debt restructuring has been proposed as a way to fill the financing gap for SDGs. Can you please elaborate upon the specific mechanics that how would that debt restructuring look like? For example, last week, UNRC in Pakistan, he tried to make a case that in order to fill this financing gap, Pakistan should be allowed at least to have those markup payments suspended. So how does the UN look into this aspect for debt restructuring? And second, where do the expenditures fit in the overall SDG financing framework? For example, basically our public leaders, they think more about extensive benefits. I mean, you get to cut ribbons when you are inaugurating a new road, but you don't get to cut ribbons when you are renovating or maintaining an already built road. So where does the maintenance expenditures fit in the overall SDG financing framework? Thank you.
I'm going to go in reverse order to give Hamza more time. He has many questions. Tiziana.
Yes, it's on. Okay, not so. Okay, so thank you very much for those very relevant and interesting questions. And Mikiko, you're making me go first, but I probably have the hardest questions to answer. And I have the same questions as you, I have to admit, and I don't really have the answers. And I don't really think anyone has the answers at the moment because the technology is evolving so quickly. AI, we know, is going to be a game changer. It's a technology like we've never seen before. And the debate really moves from we're going to accelerate the SDGs, we're going to improve our lives, our quality of lives, we're going to live longer. It's really going to make us augmented human beings with a much better life experience to it's the end of humanity. And somewhere in between, I am confident that if not the older generation, the younger generation will figure it out. The key, dilemma or the key trade-off here is how to enable the innovation to continue, but how to ensure that we maintain human agency and we design and structure the regulation in such a way that we protect fundamental human values. And here I think, the body of norms and regulations and laws that have evolved through 80 years of peace in the world and UN intervention can provide a guiding beacon for how we want to be as human beings and what are our most cherished values and what gives us dignity as human beings. So I think that this body of UN law can be very helpful in how we will regulate these tremendous technology innovations. And then very briefly, because a lot came up about data. What I think could be useful is to look at the general data protection regulation of the EU. Not because I'm a European that I'm promoting it, but because it is the strongest regulation that exists at the moment in the world. And it is a transboundary regulation. Otherwise, in an EU free market, you don't want to give one advantage to a country of another. You need to harmonize. So this data protection regulation is path-breaking, and it is really designed to, it's a governance mechanism on how personal data should be collected, stored, and used by companies, and there are heavy penalties if companies and organizations don't follow it. And then finally, the ills and the misinformation and the disinformation and all that rubbish that we see. I'm sorry to use the word rubbish, but sometimes it's really like that on the internet. It amplifies the evils or the ills of our societies, but it isn't the cause. It is just that the internet is a very powerful tool. Any one person can reach the whole world in half a second, and a lot of damage can be done. And for the time being, these individuals operate without real sanctions. If you cause damage in real life, you go to court or you get arrested, you go to prison. Somehow on the internet, people can still hide, people can get away with it. But the cause is not the internet. The internet just amplifies. And so you know, these ills that we see, these problems that we experience should not prevent us from really trying to capture and maximize the wonderful opportunities that digitalization is offering us, that AI is going to offer us. We just have to go through a messy process of figuring it out together. But the questions you have asked are fundamental, they're critical, and it's going to, I think, really shape the global, the regional discourse for decades to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. Very wise response. I think it reminds us is the start of knowledge is knowing what we don't know, and also in the complexity, cutting through the rubbish and the complexity, going back to basics of these values. Really, really good reminder. Rupa.
Okay, so there weren't really questions addressed to me, but I think I sit as a bridge between digital and financing, because trade and FDI issues connect with both of them very nicely. So let me actually just comment on a few things that were raised. One is on the thing of financing. I really feel increasingly that we have to move away from the traditional way of looking at financing. So therefore, innovative financing mechanisms, blended financing, all of this is bang on. The problem is that countries are not prepared in terms of their regulatory frameworks as well. So this is an initial thing that has to be done on the domestic front. Now, let me give an example of how actually we are exploring this in the context of our own work. So for our FDI work, we've actually broadened it, and now we look at it as impact investment. And we are actually taking small enterprises to various investment forums as part of projects, and we've been successful. Like, for instance, through the Inclusive Business Project for, I think, 19 agri-businesses, we've raised around $20 million of capital by just taking them to an ASEAN investors meet. And we're trying to do these kinds of connections because it's very difficult for small businesses, because this kind of financing is what you really need to bring it down, tailored to the level of the micro and the small enterprises. And on the macro side, what we are trying to do is work with the investment promotion agencies and boards of investment to sensitize them about these opportunities and to target and tailor, create actually even investment promotion and action plans, but even tailored to the smaller businesses. So I think a whole set of complementary things have to be done. It starts with the regulation at the macro end, but it can also be done through a lot more sensitization and capacity building. So that's one. And actually, even in the women entrepreneurship work, it was the same thing, working with the fintech companies, but also working again with angel investors and so on to mobilize funding. So the $186 million worth of funding, a lot of it came from innovative financing for 200,000 plus of women entrepreneurs. So I think these are good, successful examples, but you cannot keep hand-holding in that way. So you need the overall ecosystem to deliver. Now, let me come to the issue of digital trade, because the question of data was raised. Yes, you have international standards there, but countries are at very different levels of development. So yes, EU GDPR is there. So what is important, I think, for platforms like ours is to look at the templates and the frameworks that are available. There are more advanced countries amongst us, and maybe use that as peer learning. That's one. What we are finding is this huge amount of regulatory divergence within this region itself. You have the leaders, but when you look at digital policies, it's a large range of policies. Everybody gets stuck on the data. There's competition policy, there's procurement policies, there are things related to IT, trade, tariff and non-tariff barriers. So you have to look at this whole gamut of things, and on all these we're finding, especially on data, that there is a lot of divergence. So I think there is more need for regional cooperation, sub-regional cooperation to understand the best practices. So I'll just say on that one, CSOs and financing was also raised, that sanctions and you can't participate, etc. This is also something we've been trying to address in our investment work, give more role to the civil society organizations to come to such forums to actually advocate about financing for enterprises. I'm not saying the broader multilateral financing thing. Finally, on trade and green products, I think the point that I was trying to make is more general, that trade and investment can both facilitate the greening of the economy through transfer of technology, the right kind of products that are imported or exported. And we've actually done quite a bit of work on climate smart trade and investment, and the various channels through which trade and both investment and investment flows can promote this, more climate friendly sort of technologies as well as consumption and production practices. Trade digitalization itself would make things much more climate friendly. So we have some estimates on that. So I think there's a huge scope to exploit trade and investment for greening of economies, and we've just started, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukiko. So I'll be fairly quick. There are 6 questions that are addressed directly, so I'll try and address very quickly on those. Rupa picked the first one, innovative financing. I won't dwell on the importance of regulation. She already mentioned that. That is critical. That is a major impediment in our region, actually. They're not aligned to promote innovative financing instruments. Development of financial markets, I alluded to in the morning as well. Let me give you an example. For instance, the GSS plus market, green, social, sustainability bonds market, was zero in terms of volume in 2014 or 2015, and now it's $1.2 billion market, but only concentrated in 2 or 3 countries, Japan, Republic of Korea, and China, right? Why other countries are not doing that? Because they don't have the domestic financial market infrastructure in a broader sense. You can understand the details within that. So that's why I was emphasizing the importance of developing financial markets and all the ingredients that go within. That provides the platform along with supportive regulations to get the innovative financing like GSS, like blended finance, and many other aspects flourishing and going. On the cross-border aspect of innovative financing, there's work going on the consistency of taxonomies, for instance. So a lot of countries are developing their own taxonomies, which defines which activities are cleared as consistent with sustainable development, for instance. But they are inconsistencies across border. So if you want to attract flows from one country to the other, you may not comply with their country's taxonomies. So ASEAN has a region-wide ASEAN country-specific taxonomies, for instance. That there's a need to have those kind of things going forward. Over time, my expectation is there's going to be less and less individual taxonomies, and there's probably going to be more regional taxonomies being developed, and financial roadmap and those kind of things. Number 2 question was on sanctions. We talked about it over the coffee break as well. Difficult question. Need collaboration and access to engage with grassroots organizations. There are 2 avenues. One, in our regional consultation that we are doing on 17th and 18th December, we have actually invited about 60 CSOs. They're already coming. So we're trying to give them a platform to raise issues, including on sanctions and many other issues. So that's one opportunity. Even at the global level, our colleagues, UN colleagues based in New York who are leading the global efforts, organized a 1-day dedicated event in October, 28th October, a multi-stakeholder consultation. The idea was exactly to bring in non-governmental stakeholders to hear their views from the grassroots level and see how it goes through. I think the challenge you're basically referring to is all of these ideas are highlighted over and over again, but they don't make it to the final versions of that. And that requires smart negotiations. You really need to be knowing who is representing your country in those negotiations and the financing development issues I'm talking about specifically, and then B, push them on the ideas that you think should be going there in the final outcomes. Otherwise, there's going to be a bit of a disconnect between raising the issues of sanctions again and again, and everybody understands this issue. I'll touch upon that towards the end again in a minute, but that's a quick response to that. Third one, it was on disaggregated level data of a survey. Javed bhai, we can talk formally, bilaterally after that. But there is a lot of disaggregated data and effort on those lines going on in SCAP, at least I know. Our colleagues in the statistics division, for instance, produced this SDG progress report, and they've been trying to go more and more into the disaggregated level data regarding SDGs and what's going on in countries. But I think your question was a bit different regarding survey and those details. We can talk about that. In terms of our work, when we engage at the country level, translating our ideas we highlight in survey, that's where we get into the nitty-gritty of data at that country, and even assuming at the disaggregated level. So that's just a quick observation of that. Fourth one was on taxation and its burden. I think this is the fundamental point I was highlighting in the morning. I mean, we have been talking about these issues for a while, right? So there's a very fine difference between approaches being promoted by the UN system as a whole, including by ASCAP and my team, and by, for instance, countries who engage with IMF and World Bank advice. So in a nutshell, The IMF approach is, which is a dominant approach, which we disagree with, is saying more taxes are better because it allows governments to be able to spend more on all sorts of social development needs, irrespective of the sources of taxation, even if they're regressive. GST, I think that was a specific question, VAT. So first raise the taxes, that allows you to have the capacity to spend, and over time, more spending will get things going, and then you will stabilize, and then you can go after more direct taxation other ways. The position we have been taking since 2018 at least is a little bit different, and that's what I alluded to in the morning as well. Emphasis on public service delivery comes first. The moment people start seeing that tax money is being used properly for their benefit, their tendency to pay their due taxes increases as well. And we have done research on that to identify or at least highlight countries where we have seen these kind of improvements, and use of digital tools has helped us a lot on those fronts, the governments. So the message is here, you cannot continue to tax citizens to try and create fiscal space so that you can fill the development deficit gaps. You really have to pay attention to the governance side of spending and efficiency side of spending first. That's what I meant when I alluded to it's a holistic approach that is needed if you want to enhance revenues in the country. It's not about taxation alone. It's about actually what I call public service delivery and fiscal governance. Perceptions of corruption, all those elements are part and parcel of that. Number 4 was, this was number 4. Number 5 was debt restructuring. I've combined 2 ones. There are 3 at least buckets when you talk about debt. I use the term debt relief. One is debt write-off, one is debt standstill, one is debt restructuring, right? So the RC Pakistan, I won't know the specifics of that, what he said and did not say, but you're basically talking about, these are the range of options basically available when countries are trying to engage to get debt relief in a more general sense. There was a debt service suspension initiative by G20 in the midst of COVID. It was extended once, but that has expired. And a lot of countries since then have been asking to extend that further, but that has not happened. The call has been now to deal with these issues in the G20 framework for debt treatments. But the issue over there is A, they're primarily dealing with the Paris Club countries, and B, their process is very, very slow. So I think 5 or 6 countries have only really got some restructuring done under that framework over 2.5 to 3 years on average. In terms of specifics of debt restructuring, it gets into the 2 fundamentals. So for instance, in case of Pakistan, you have to look at the data, how much is the proportion of domestic debt versus external debt. Domestic debt restructuring is not talked about a lot. And for a country like Pakistan, which has 65 to 70% of debt in domestic terms, there's a totally different connotation related to financial stability concerns. But the conversation is not going on. When it comes to external debt financing, external debt restructuring, that's where I think China has a bigger share, but they are non-Paris Club member. So it has to be done bilaterally. That's why the call for reforming international debt architecture is to bring in these criteria under the same framework. So a systematic and consistent approach can be used across all countries. Maintenance expenditure, that's a very specific ask. It depends on countries how they do that. I don't think so it's going to be at the principal level in the FFT. One minute observation on the general impression that I got from the discussion over there, and after listening to the comments here, be very brief. My key takeaways in a way. Its key word is when you talk about international engagement, the key word in my understanding is trust. It's trust in multilateralism. That effectively is eroding, and there are all examples of that when you highlight questions of sanctions, highlight of illicit financial flows, reforming MDBs, debt architecture, lack of fulfillment of ODA commitments. All these specific issues underlying there is the issue of trust, or restoring the trust in multilateral system. And that's a fundamental effort I think the UN is pursuing to make sure that order remains. In practice, there is fragmentation happening. We have financial institutions who have already emerged, who are already doing the things that traditionally were done by global institutions. It's going to go more and more in that direction. Maybe that's the right approach. We don't know the answer. But what is happening is the erosion in trust is actually the key issue. People think they have highlighted all these issues many, many times, but in practice, they're not seeing the solutions. So something has to give. Just to take as an example, representation of Asia Pacific in particular in international institutions. Those institutions were set up after the World War II. None of the countries, most of the countries actually, were not even present in those discussions regarding the structure of those organizations. There were 44 countries in the world back then. There are 193 countries now that exist. They want a say in how these institutions are organized, run, their representation, which policies to prioritize, and so on and so forth. That is what is called for reform. When you use the word reform for taxation or debt or other issues, if underlined, that's what is being called for. India is growing. They are confident. So is China. So is Indonesia. So are many countries in Asia and the Pacific. But they're not being heard, they feel in the global platforms, and they're not in a position to influence things they think they would be doing for their region. So that's the key message. I'm not going to touch upon the sub issues that I mentioned, but once you go after these overarching principle of trust, then you can try and address a lot of related issues. Last comment on the domestic front of that. I briefly mentioned a little bit on that. My understanding of engaging this subject for like 10 years now, FFD and engagements in these platforms, the themes that keep coming on the domestic front primarily, it's basically governance, or lack of it for that matter, or issue of accountability. So I was in another forum last week in Pakistan. There was a element of, and I'll use it as an example, how to increase accountability of public spending or taxation and those kind of things. The role of parliament is actually very weak in many, many countries. A budget is announced at day one, let's call it day zero. Some spending takes place, some taxation measures are announced. And after that, the parliament typically in many developing countries steps back. They don't know. It's the government bureaucrats who end up taking decisions on behalf of the people's representatives, the parliament. And parliament is not involved in those processes in many countries. Parliaments have standing committees. They can ask bureaucrats, how can you get these taxation measures in place? How can you deviate from the spending plans we approved at the time of the budget, right? So those are a kind of issues that needs to be advocated, highlighted, and then you get into the nitty-gritty of aspects, taxation, spending efficiency, burden of taxation, and those are the issues. But frame it in the context of improving governance, increasing the role of parliamentarians, the standing committees, that will get the accountability. And that's a drawn out battle. It's a conversation to be had over years and decades, but that has to be the direction going forward. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarity as usual. 30 seconds each just to the moderators, if you wish, yeah, Ms. Joshi?
Thank you, Mikiko. I think this session has been summarized well, and I'll just conclude with very brief points. One is highlighting, of course, the beginning of the session, we highlighted the fact that there's huge financing gap of US dollar 5.4 trillion, which is annually required by EMDs for both climate action as well as SDGs. Challenges, of course, remain, which are access to finance and access to technology is limited in this region, as well as there is lack of awareness. Therefore, there's a need for capacity building. Again, needless to say, solutions lie in mobilizing finances from all sources, be it domestic or international, private or public. So we need to work on that. As another aspect which is important is experience sharing and learning from each other, from the country experiences, particularly so for innovative blended financing instruments, because there are enough examples, successful case studies which are available within the region and outside from which we can learn. And I think I'll just want to conclude by saying that effective partnerships can make a lot of difference to the region and to reaching our SDGs. India, as the voice of Global South, has been advocating the concerns of developing countries, as also, has championed the cause of developing countries with solutions to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Ms. Joshi. So, Dr. Sheila, 30 seconds if possible. Mr. Amin. Okay. So round of applause to all the my colleagues, the moderators, and all of you for participating in this last SDG 17 session. I'm just going to briefly go through what's next. We finished the technical sessions part, and we're going to have a few side events this afternoon. Please join where you like. So in this room, we have back-to-back two side events. One that starts at 1 o'clock, right? Climate change and carbon regulations, way forward for South and Southwest Asia. And then at 2:30, we have addressing the digital divide for women in South and Southwest Asia. And then downstairs, meeting room 16, we have at 2 o'clock, we have localizing SDGs, lessons from India. This is a very interesting one too. And then after tea break, at 4:15, we'd like to have the closing session. It's plenary of the South and Southwest Asia Forum until 5 o'clock. So with that, please enjoy your lunch. Sorry, I've eaten up a bit of your time there. And for those on the dais, please come forward for a family photo, but you can go.
Okay, I think it's better if we start with the panel. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Kumar for this session. And we have one online participant as well. Just in a second, we're going to have Dr. Cherian as well joining us online on the camera. He's in person, sorry, online, basically present. So Dr. Kumar, please. Yeah. No, you can start. You can start. I think she's trying to figure something out.
Good afternoon, friends. First of all, let me say that it's a pleasure to be back at a UN ASCAP SSWA event. It's my former home, as you know, and very deeply sort of connected with this whole organization. Spent 12 years at the UN ASCAP in different parts of it. So I always enjoy opportunities of getting back and to meet with all colleagues and friends. I met all of the people on the dais are old friends. So very nice to see, and also to see this SDG forum for South and Southwest Asia region and SANS, which were two initiatives that shaped while I was at UN ASCAP SSWA office, are not only continuing but going from strength to strength. So it's very nice feeling to see them grow. And now coming to the theme of this session, SANS session, on climate change and carbon regulations, the way forward for South and Southwest Asia. I think it is very timely. We have Baku negotiations on currently, so the backdrop is very sort of apt to have a discussion on the carbon regulations and climate change. This is something the whole developing world is grappling with, something which was not a result of their actions, but they have to deal with it. You know, so over time, over hundreds of years, industrialization in developed countries produced or ate up all the carbon space that was available. So leaving very little for developing countries to, do their own development journey and industrialization journey. So now we are constrained by the carbon space because all of this has been eaten up. And to add, more sort of salt to the injury is that whatever little is exported by developing countries is now kind of being stopped or sort of constrained or restrained through these new carbon taxes and mechanisms, the industrial policy and protectionism. So, for instance, there are different parts of the world, United States, European Union and all others are pursuing very aggressively certain policies which they were a few years ago telling everybody not to pursue. So industrial policy I'm referring to. And in United States, the Biden administration 2 years ago in 2022 passed 3 acts: CHIPS and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and Infrastructure Development Act. And 3 acts brought together more than $1 trillion of resources to be given to the private sector for rebuilding the industries in the United States in the form of tax breaks and incentives. EU has gone a step forward, a step further. Besides the subsidies and incentives to revive the industry, they have gone a step further by imposing CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is likely to affect, a lot of exports of developing countries. And India is also one of the major affected countries because we have some steel exports going to EU, which will be imposed very high tariffs or very high taxes when they try to enter the European Union market. So what do you do in such a situation? So different countries have to grapple with this challenge, and this is the focus of attention in this panel. So sometimes, the climate action and bringing the emissions down of the affected exports could be an option. But you also know that it is not something which can be done overnight. It cannot be done overnight, not only in terms of time, but it also requires access to new technology and huge amount of resources. You know that British Steel, which is now Tata Steel England or Tata Steel UK, has been given 500 million pounds by British government to change and switch over to new technology, which is less carbon emission oriented. So how many developing countries we know have the capacity to subsidize or incentivize their companies to switch over to carbon-friendly technologies, So Tata Steel is switching off the blast furnace, which is a legacy plant, and rebuilding a new plant at that site, which will be meeting these carbon emission goals, arc furnace, a new technology. So it requires new technology and a lot of finance. So how many countries have that ability? And so what are the options? This is a very, very challenging thing for us to deal with. So there was actually last month a discussion in Geneva on this very theme. I happened to be part of it. So nobody really has an answer, and they are all grappling with it in different forms. Some are thinking of imposing a carbon tax, so that they can use the proceeds of that carbon tax to prepare their own industry. Some are thinking of retaliation, but can they retaliate really with big powers? With how much leverage do we have to do that? And but I think one thing is becoming very clear, that we have to willy-nilly prepare our industry. So whatever resources we can, gather from wherever, and also the international discussions on climate finance, they are not going on very well, that you can expect some big resources coming your way to do this compliances. So this is a very challenging theme for this discussion. Now, I think with this very brief intro, I thought of just turning to our panel and and I see on the panel number of very senior experts from different countries. We have Ambassador Saj Mendes from BIMSTEC Secretariat, whom I think would be very appropriate to talk about the regional cooperation possibilities, and because he is representing a regional organization. So then we have at least 4 countries represented. Dr. P.K. Anand from RIS India, my old friend. Mr. Rana Junaid Zahid from SDPI, a very important think tank in Pakistan, with which I have been very often associated with. Ms. Farid Inan from TEPAO, another very important think tank in Turkey. And again, we established very strong networking links with TEPAO when we established the office in Delhi. And my very old friend Pramila Rijal, who heads this South Asian Women Development Forum in Kathmandu, and has been a partner for many years for different things. And then we have 2 civil society representatives, Dr. Arvind Kumar, who heads and is the founder of India Water Foundation, and Mr. George Cherian. I think he's joining online. Is that correct? Yes, yes. So Mr. George Cherian from CUTS, Center for Environment and Sustainable Development in India, not CUTS. So it's a different organization, it seems. Yeah, okay. So let me begin by turning to our 4 country panelists, and then I will come back to the civil society colleagues and Saj, if that is okay. I mean, regional cooperation we can turn to later. So let me begin with Dr. P.K. Anand, who represents RIS at this session, and ask him what he thinks is India's perspective on this very important issue of climate change and border adjustments, and in general the clean energy transition, and how India is trying to address this challenge of new carbon border adjustment taxes being imposed by developed countries. And this is just the beginning. EU has just started, but I'm sure many other countries will follow this suit, and they will also begin imposing. UK has already announced that they will. So over to you, Dr. Anand.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagesh, illustrious panel and delegates. I would like to start with something which is generic on regulation, because largely the topic concerns regulations. Let me take an example of age of cars. Many countries have regulations that after n number of years you cannot drive a car. But the counterfactual is that the car which you have to buy a new car. Otherwise, probably with some minor maintenance and repairs, the objective of circular economy would have been fulfilled better. If you look a bit deeper into it, why is it so? One reason is that when we define GDP, it is a value of goods and services produced during, say, one financial year or something like that. Varies from country to country. So some people sitting in the governments feel that it's better that more and more new cars are sold and it gives a kick to the GDP. But some other people who are more inclined towards lifestyles, and we have been holding a number of discourses, India has been taking lead on lifestyles for environment. So that speaks volumes that if we have to have a policy, fine, but there should be sort of a carbon footprint related audit. comparing the counterfactual and over a period of say 10 to 15 years kind, so that we know which policy is better between the two. Now coming to the larger issue which we are grappling with on carbon taxes. If I see from a quick angle of mathematics, there's something capital X since 1850, how much emissions have been accumulated, minus something has gone into the sea, we all know it. But if that doesn't suit any country, then they say, no, not X. Why don't we talk of dx by dt? Per year, per capita, how much? But that also doesn't suit many countries. So what they're talking today is d2x upon d2 square. I was contributing 9 tons per capita. Now I have come down to 8.9. So I am a blue-eyed boy. I am doing good. You were doing till yesterday 1.9. Today you want to do 2.0. So you are a bad guy. So this is like somebody who is taking 8 slices of pizza today. He tells, I am on now, I think it's too much. I reduce it to 7. But you are taking 2. I'll not permit you. If you take the third one, then you are a bad guy. And if you see the numbers in emission gap report, the numbers which boil down to 2 for India and 8 for many countries are almost similar. And there are countries whose footprint per capita in 1803 was more than what it is for India today. But when we see in the global context, we have to meet the challenge. We have to reduce we have to see that temperatures don't go beyond 1.5 plus the industrial revolution basis. So what can be done at the same time parallelly is I think we should have a fund. Maybe it partly comes from the $100 billion fund, which is also lagging much. We have a fund where, and we have to honor IPRs because we want to promote innovations in lower carbon footprints also. So there should be a fund from which countries can access emerging technologies which are having lower resource requirements. So that could be one way, one synergic way to move ahead together. Then like mindsets, when we talk of life, it's the issue of mindsets. I think there is a lot of scope in every country. We can change our mindsets to move towards lifestyles which consume lesser of carbon. So that will also give a leeway. My last point would be that there are, is it a genuine requirement of the countries that, okay, we impose a tax, or is it a protection of their domestic industry? So some good papers should come which disentangle the two factors and bring before us as an evidence that yes, this much is on this sector, it is justified, or this sector, it is not justified. So something can be gone into through papers by research institutions also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. I think your idea of $100 billion fund for developing countries is something interesting, but how realistic it is to get that $100 billion from somewhere when the appetite for giving resources is not really there. I mean, we know that 2009 Copenhagen Accord of $100 billion per year contributed by developed countries took so much time to complete or to deliver on. It was only last year that target was reached. Now people are talking about $1 trillion to be made available and all. So in principle, the idea of creating a fund to facilitate a transition is very interesting, but we need to really goad the countries which have the capacity to deliver, to get these resources and access to technologies, opening up of the IPRs and putting them in public domain, because some of these new technologies which are less carbon intensive may not be very easily accessible. So that is very important. Okay, so we now turn to Mr. Rana Junaid Jahid from SDPI Pakistan, and here the Pakistan's perspective on what you are trying to do to meet these challenges.
Thank you. So let's start by this. How about everyone when heard about a new tax or tariff, what's the thought process? And take that thought process to exporters level and then to national level and then to regional level. The challenges, how to mitigate those challenges and other implications. As Hamza also presented in the morning session, so there are different countries who have that, gap which can be filled with new taxes or tariffs, but there are other countries like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, where there is a very little margin for new tax or tariffs. But either we are part of this system, we are economists or not, we always been part of the discussion about the tariffs and taxes. I'll be surprised if any newspaper any day goes without any discussion or write-up of taxes. So moving to the impact of new taxes on South and Southwest Asia exporters. So there'll be different challenges exporters will be faced, and there'll be different mitigation strategies and some other broader implications. Now, moving to the challenges, there are different challenges. I have highlighted few of them in red. So there'll be a competitiveness challenges for traditional industries. The carbon taxes in major importing countries will likely increase the cost of exports from South and Southwest Asia. Countries in the region will be compelled to align with strict carbon standards or face losing markets share to competitors with lower emissions. Similarly, there will be economic and social disruptions. Short-term disruptions are inevitable as traditional carbon intensive industries facing rising costs. Export sectors like textile, which form a major part of the economy's landscape in countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan, may struggle with increased production costs, leading to job losses and negative social impacts. Similarly, governments will be under pressure to create conducive environments for businesses to make green transitions with incentives for solar, wind, and energy efficient technologies. And there will also be a pressure to align with global carbon committees. South and Southwest Asia countries may experience increased diplomatic and economic pressure to strengthen their climate commitments, aligning with global agreements such as the Paris Accord. Now, moving to mitigation strategies. So there are different things, as you can see, but I highlighted few of them. So let's say first is adopting green technologies and improving energy efficiency. To evade carbon taxes, exporters in South and Southwest Asia countries need to invest in cleaner energy efficient production technologies. By reducing the carbon intensity of their production, they can lower their carbon footprints, potentially qualifying for exemption or lower tax rates in carbon regulated markets. Similarly, carbon border adjustment mechanisms and certification compliance. Some countries, such as those in the European Union, are implementing CBM to levy carbon taxes on imports. To mitigate these costs, South and Southwest Asia countries need to establish reliable carbon accounting systems and adopt carbon certification for exported goods. Exporters could seek to negotiate recognition of their domestic carbon pricing mechanism to reduce exposure to foreign taxes. Similarly, there is a need of seeking bilateral or regional agreements. South and Southwest Asia countries could negotiate bilateral agreements with countries imposing carbon taxes to secure favorable terms for their exports. Trade agreements that recognize the efforts of South and Southwest Asia countries in transiting to low carbon production can also provide some relief. Also, diversifying export markets. To avoid punitive carbon regulations, exporters can diversify their markets, particularly focusing on regions where carbon tax regimes are not yet tightened. This diversification will help reduce dependence on regions that impose heavy carbon tariffs, thereby retaining resilience in export sectors. So there are different broader implications as well. Special trade agreements for developing economies. Many South and Southwest Asia countries are still classified as developing or emerging economies. They could seek to leverage this status to lobby for special and differential treatment in terms of carbon taxation, arguing for delayed or gradual implications due to their economic challenges and lower historical responsibility for global emission. There is also opportunities for regional cooperation. Carbon regulations could also serve as impetus for South and Southwest Asia countries to cooperate more closely, sharing best practices and technologies for reducing emissions and securing financial support from international climate funds. Regional collaborations will be vital to collectively develop green supply chains, make energy efficient upgrades affordable, and seek fairer carbon regulations for international partners. So access to green finance and foreign investment. So now, while many of us were advocating that climate change is a reality and some are providing awareness, there's a whole IFI's network which we can say is built up. And how this is just a glance for. Now, if we summarize these challenges and implications, we can see that there are two types of major challenges: financial impact and market impact. The introduction of carbon taxes globally will have profound effects on South and Southwest Asia exporters, pushing them towards greener and more sustainable production practices. To avoid the negative impact of such taxes, South and Southwest Asia countries must adopting cleaner technologies, improving energy efficiency, and seeking favorable trade arrangements. The long-term transformation towards greener economies could yield significant benefits in terms of competitiveness and resilience. But the transition period will require careful management to avoid economic disruptions and support affected industries and workers. Regional collaboration and leveraging international climate finance will be crucial component in navigating this evolving landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Rana, for very good presentation, very detailed one on what it would entail. You agree that it will affect the market access, it will affect the competitiveness of exports of these sub-regional countries. So there will be disruption in short term, but you have also listed what we could do, a number of things which we could do, diversify to different markets which do not have such taxes, but gradually they will also catch up and try to prepare our industries, bring in the new technologies, and also advocate some pressure bilaterally, regionally on some of these countries to bring them to the negotiating table and find some solutions. So all of these are very well taken steps that could be taken. But I think for that, all of the developing world need to speak with one language, and then only it would be possible. So that, let me begin, let me turn to Ms. Farid Inan from Turkey and hear what your perspective is. So, and you are very next door neighbor to EU and
exactly.
maybe more affected than
So
others.
yes, we're living in line.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Dr. Kumar. So, yeah, so I'll focus specifically on CBAM here, the carbon border. Do you hear me? Oh, I have to go closer. Okay. The carbon border adjustment mechanism. So effectively what this is, it's a mechanism to prevent carbon leakage by imposing an import tax on products with high carbon footprints. For Turkey, this is a direct tax on our exports. Just as Dr. Kumar mentioned, we're a neighbor, but we've also been in a customs union with the EU since 1995. We're very, very much integrated in the EU value chains, very much a part of those value chains. 45% of our trade is with the EU, is our largest trading partner. Also looking at our other trade partners, about 60% of our trade is with G7 economies where these regulations on carbon, water, these standards are being discussed. So Turkey is very much directly affected. According to, I want to give some numbers here even, according to a report by the European Roundtable for Climate Change and Sustainable Transition, in a business as usual scenario, the impact of the Green Deal on Turkish economy alone would be an estimated loss of 2.7 to 3.6% of our GDP by 2030. We are one of the 3 countries that will be most negatively affected by the initial implementation of CBAM that starts in 2026, and the other 2 countries are Russia and China. So in other words, CBAM is a direct, it will directly harm our international competitiveness if we do not act. So where are we now? I'm sorry. So the CBAM, as you all may know, it was announced in 2019. Turkey ratified the signed the Paris Agreement in 2015, but then with the incoming Trump administration and the United States pulling out, Turkey waited to ratify, so we ratified in 2021, so we were quite late. At TEPA, we have been working with both the business community and as well as the ministries on how this transition process will be. We're part of a climate summit that was organized by the Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change Ministry, and this was held in 2022. And it was announced that the climate law would be passed, and we have been expecting the passing of this law for a while now. And now it seems it's going to be passed in 2025, and then the CBAM comes into effect in 2026. So timelines are very tight here. What's important about this law is it will cover the emission trading system with provisions for determining the pollution limits for everyone, carbon pricing, as well as the budget allocation, fund allocation, and also funds for supporting the transition will be outlined by this law, but we still do not have the law. So, and if we don't have carbon taxes, if the carbon taxes are not paid in our country, then in effect, the EU will collect these taxes. So basically, it would be better for the Turkish government to collect this amount instead. So what we need to do urgently is that we need an emission trading system. This system, which includes, of course, carbon pricing, and this is not in place yet. And then we also have to make sure that the carbon price approaches the level of the EU's ETS system, because otherwise CBAM costs will remain high for the Turkish exporters. So that's one point. The second point, to make this ETS emission trading system functional, we need a measuring and reporting of emissions, yeah? So we have to determine the carbon emissions which are associated with exported products and report where a carbon tax has been applied. So EU importers will ask us, our exporters, for data on the embedded carbon emissions in production. So thanks to a monitoring and reporting and verification MRV system that was implemented via regulation in 2014, we are currently measuring carbon emissions from facilities that are responsible for about half of Turkey's emissions. The systems, there may be more now, but it covers about 700 facilities, and it also provides historical data, which is useful. But as value chain emissions will also be included in this, Turkey needs a larger scale approach to measurement and tracking, because which also includes SMEs, small enterprises, which are part of the value chains of the larger companies. Just to give you an idea of where the private sector is, according to a recent World Bank report, about 5% monitor, 5% of companies at the managerial level monitor issues related to sustainability. And although most firms monitor their energy consumption due to pricing concerns, CO2 emissions are monitored just by 2% of companies. So that's the current state of affairs. One of the suggestions that we've been making at TEPAV, and we've been talking to ministries about this, as well as private sector, and we brought together for meetings those who run organized industrial zones in Turkey, that what we could do, as opposed to, it would be much more costly to target companies one by one. So one idea would be to create application centers within organized industrial zone, so we can enable this monitoring and tracking reporting facilities to make it more widespread, yeah? I just want to say, I mean, on the private sector, without the policy side moving, it's very difficult. I mean, for the private sector, I think that was one of the questions that was written to me. It's very difficult for the private sector to move forward. One remark on that one, because we're very much integrated into the German value chain, German companies are in panic because, I mean, it's a cost for them. So they've been trying to work with our private sector in terms of how we can, move forward as well. But as long as the policy doesn't move, there are no funds, there's no carbon pricing system. So that's where we are at right now.
Thank you, Farid, about, for sharing the concerns and challenges that Turkey is facing. Of course, you made it very clear that Turkey would be one of the worst affected countries after Russia and China. And I think India is next after Turkey in terms of adverse impact. So some of the solutions that you are talking about is the MRV system, then measuring the emissions, and and doing some collective action for compliance and bringing down emissions. And you also referred to the MSMEs having special difficulties. This is, I think, an important point, which I will ask also our colleague from Nepal, Pramila, to address in the context of women-owned enterprises. I think MSMEs become very vulnerable players in such situations when there are taxes imposed or duties imposed by outside the importers of on the exporters from developing countries. And in the South and Southwest Asia region, you find that the bulk of the enterprises, in terms of numbers at least, are MSMEs, and they may not only be in terms of numbers, very large numbers, but they also create or sustain the workers, a very large proportion of workers. In India, for instance, there are more than 100 million MSMEs, and they sustain a huge lot of workers. And if they are affected adversely, and their economic activity is stopped or affected adversely, that means impact on all of these workers who are employed by the MSMEs. So I think this collective action may be especially relevant for MSMEs because individually they have limited capacities. So that, I think, certainly is a very important point. And talking to some of the exporters and getting the access to new technology would be very helpful. So with that, let me turn to Ms. Pramila Acharya Rijal from Nepal. But as I said in the beginning, she heads a very important organization called South Asian Women Development Forum. So it's a regional forum of women. What is this noise? Some conversation? Or behind the screen, maybe. Some people are talking. Doesn't matter. So Pramila, I think if you could share with us any perspective from Nepal, but also in particular about the MSMEs, women-owned MSMEs. How are they affected, and how are they trying to, approach this and meet the challenge before them? Very grave challenge, which even large companies are finding very difficult. But MSMEs, of all the people would be very hard pressed. So what are they trying to do? Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. As you rightly mentioned that in South Asia, women are predominantly engaged in sectors, such as agriculture, small-scale manufacturing, and the informal labor markets. So, which is often energy intensive and carbon reliant. And we all know that in South Asia, South Asia stands out with an informal sector encompassing nearly 275 million non-farming jobs, accounting for 87% of the region's employment above the global average. So in this background, with national and international carbon and emission regulations, it does impact that too significantly to the vulnerable population, and that's the women who are at the micro and small, medium level. So now, the transition towards sustainable practices can definitely increase product costs, which we've heard it in sectors like textiles, agriculture, where again women are heavily represented. So what do we do? What are the measures given this background that, with the adoption of eco-friendly technologies, it might initially lead to job displacements for women, and also adjusting production costs could result in reduced wages or job insecurity, again for the vulnerable groups. So now to protect women, particularly the MSMEs and the vulnerable groups during these transitional periods, several good practices could be beneficial. And let me just mention a few. See, the government and organizations have to invest in training programs focused on green skills and sustainable practices, specifically targeting women to ensure that they are not left behind. And another important aspect is the social safety nets and financial support. That's extremely important because we have to introduce temporary subsidies or support packages for these groups, especially those employing large number of women, could help mitigate the initial impact of carbon pricing. And these social safety nets can also provide a cushion for vulnerable workers. And the other thing that could be introduced, which will benefit this women group, is incentives for gender inclusive green businesses. That is extremely important because we have to provide additional economic opportunities for women, especially in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and other green sectors. Because as we all know that women are in the agriculture sector, so now we are talking about greening economy, we are talking about green concepts. So we have to bring about these changes. And we also have to involve women's groups and representatives in policy dialogues. Because without that, without their voice, then the real issues do not come forward. So that way, their specific concerns and insights inform regulatory frameworks and adaptation strategies. Now, these inclusive approaches could help design fairer and more resilient policies that support diverse workforce segments. So these measures if effectively implemented, would help mitigate the adverse effects of carbon regulations on women and other vulnerable groups. And, it would foster a more inclusive and equitable transition towards sustainable development. You mentioned about Nepal. Actually, Nepal, the women, 80% are the women are in the informal economy and it's agriculture. So I think these challenges has to be addressed through some special schemes which has to be introduced by the government for this vulnerable group. Thank you.
Thank you, Premila. I think you are very right that the MSMEs, and especially those managed or run by women, are very vulnerable, but we need to gradually sort of move them to more eco-friendly technologies and adopt good practices. But you also highlight the importance of social safety nets, social protection, because they will be adversely affected. So those which are not able to confront the challenges very well, there is a social safety net to fall back on. And so that needs to be kept in mind. And we need to promote gender inclusive green transition, whether it is renewable energy or other, carbon friendly technologies. So they need to be kept in mind, supported and assisted. And then on top of that, social safety net needs to be there. Now, I want to turn to our two civil society organizations. And there is Dr. Arvind Kumar, my very old friend, President of India Water Foundation, and then Mr. Joe Cheren. And to them, my question would be how the civil society organizations can help countries in which they operate prioritize action which helps them to not only meet the net zero emission targets, but also create situations which are more inclusive and sustainable, green, and they create jobs, and also how this CBAMs type of measures which are being imposed and can be addressed and aligned with international climate action to promote cohesive and equitable emissions that reduce efforts across borders and promote sustainable growth. So over to you, Dr. Arvind Kumar.
So thank you, Dr. Kumar. Countries can use tailored roadmaps to prioritize actions that meet emission reduction targets while fostering equitable economic growth, job protection, and community involvement in the green economy. Roadmaps provide a structured approach for balancing climate goals with socio-economic priorities. They can help identifying critical industries for decarbonization and offer pathways to transition without major disruption to local economies by focusing on sectors with high potential for green jobs, such as renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, circular economy practices. Countries can create new employment opportunities and protect existing ones, involving communities directly in shaping these policies, foster local ownership, and addresses specific needs and inequalities. This participation ensures that benefits of the green economy reach marginalized groups and that of the policies developed and context sensitive. Additionally, roadmap can prioritize funding and support from clean energy projects and skill trainings, which strengthen both economic resilience and environmental sustainability. By clearly setting targets Benchmarks and the timelines, roadmaps enable government to track progress and make adjustments, ensuring that emission reduction efforts remain aligned with economic equality and community-driven growth. This holistic approach ultimately built a sustainable, inclusive future for the stakeholder. My second point about the carbon border adjustment mechanism can be aligned with international climate actions by promoting fair and cohesive emission reduction efforts across borders, particularly supporting sustainable growth and competition in regions like South and South West Asia SSWA. CBAM aims to address carbon leakage where production shifts to countries with less strict climate policies, undermining global emission goals by imposing carbon tariffs on imported goods based on their carbon footprint. CBAM encourages exporters worldwide to adopt greener practices, helping to equalize emission reduction standard internationally. So for effective alignment, CBAM should incorporate flexible mechanisms such as exemptions or phased implementation for developing countries to ensure it does not hinder their economic growth. Financial and technical support to help these regions adopt cleaner technologies can also make CBAM more equitable. Collaborating with international organizations, CBAM can contribute to a unfold global carbon pricing framework that prevents trade distortions and encourages sustainable development. This approach ensure fair competition where SSWA countries can support it to meet climate targets without sacrificing economic opportunities. By aligning CBAM with the needs of developing economies, the mechanisms can be drive global emission reduction in the way that is equitable, sustainable, and growth oriented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arvindji, for highlighting a civil society perspective that, civil society organizations could keep the governments on the right path to kind of more inclusive and sustainable type of patterns of the economic growth and development. And so the community participation is very critical. And your point about CBAM, that they should consider giving carve-outs or exemptions for developing countries to enable them to sort of grow, and they should be also supported by the actions that are needed to be taken. So I think both the points are very well taken. So let me turn to our second CSO colleague, Mr. George Cherian. Over to you. Are you able to listen to me, George? Yes. And just before I hand over, I got a message to announce that there is another session going on in meeting room 15, localizing SDGs lessons from India, which is organized by UNDP. So those who may be interested in joining that may move to level 1, room 15, downstairs. Okay. So over to you, George.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Glad to be part of this discussion. Yesterday at the COP 29 meeting with the world leaders, the Secretary General of the UN said, climate finance is not charity, it is an investment. Climate action is not optional, it is an imperative. However, we know this COP 29 is happening in the midst of huge differences between rich and developing nations on the issue. Developing countries want the 1.3 trillion financing as a year as an grant, not in the form of investment. So I think these discussions we are having today here is very important in the backdrop of the COP29 happening in Baku. I will share a few thoughts about the carbon tax and CBAM. Then I will also touch upon the South Asia, the region. As we know, carbon pricing mechanisms are projected to play a crucial role in achieving broad decarbonization of the global economy this century, in line with the target sets under the UN Paris Agreement and the NCDs. According to the World Bank, over 65 carbon pricing initiatives have been implemented or are scheduled, covering nearly 22% of the global emissions. Well-designed national carbon taxes that directly price emissions could prove essential market-based policy levers, enabling the urgent economy-wide transition to net zero now demanded by climate science. However, carbon tax is not without its downsides. Many believe that taxing carbon in the short term could negatively affect economic activities. From our region, as per my knowledge and information, only Pakistan is considering joining this carbon tax initiative. CBAM, already many of the panelists had discussed. The proposed CBAM would initially apply, as we know, only to 5 sectors: electricity, iron and steel, fertilizers, aluminum and cement. However, its scopes could be extended to include indirect emissions and other goods and services. There are negative implications of the CBAM upon many countries in our region. Like the chair had earlier mentioned, countries in the region rely greatly on the EU market, which exposes them to the potential CBAM charges. In 2019, of the US $40 billion CBAM related export from 6 South Asian countries, around 14% were sent to the EU. India alone accounted for just above 80% of these exports. There are negative effects of CBAM on GDP, exports, and imports of countries in our region. Adjustment of supply chains could reduce real household consumption, adversely affecting most vulnerable families and widening inequality, particularly low-skilled workers and women in the most affected sectors. The CBAM could also decrease the flow of investment in the region, at least in the short term. The effectiveness in reducing emission would be minimal compared with that of the global carbon tax. So what I'm trying to say is, comparing with the global carbon tax, CBAM will be less effective. However, it will be having a very big negative impact upon the countries in our region. Few things about our South and West Asia region. Many of the countries in the region have taken proactive measures by implementing domestic regulation, engaging in internal initiatives, and developing technical solutions to address climate-related concerns. However, regional cooperation is crucial for successful climate measures, requiring skilled diplomacy. Enduring endeavors, collaborative initiatives, and fair settlements are the key, as they will convert the global goal of climate resilience in the region from a mere ambition to a binding commitment that surpasses national boundaries and temporal limitations. However, the progress towards common agenda for the countries in the region is very slow. I think this is something which we need to focus upon. A few things about the roadmap of India. India's current climate policies are projected to reduce carbon dioxide emission by around 4 billion tons between 2020 and 2030 and drive a 24% reduction in coal-based power generation. However, the road to net zero needs bolder action, and the foot cannot be taken off the pedal now. Current policies have set India on the right path. New policies that build on existing climate policies are already being formulated to accelerate effort to meet the 2070 net zero target. Immediate steps should include scaling up investments in renewable energy, enhancing the domestic carbon credit trading scheme, and focusing on energy efficiency in key sectors like industry, transport, and building. with regard to the specific point, the chair had mentioned the role of the civil society organization. It will be educating the masses about the importance of the issue of climate change and the carbon regulation, and advocating with the government to have right policies in place to achieve the net zero target. Due to the time constraint, I will stop here. If get more time in the next round, we'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, George, especially for highlighting that these 5 sectors which are currently on the list for CBAMs is only the beginning. It could be expanded later. And so we should gear up for greater preparation, not just limit our preparations to these 5 sectors. And then you are right that women and investments will be affected. And you also highlighted some proactive measures that India is taking to reduce carbon footprints of economy and economic activity, and a very strong push for renewable energy. But you also highlighted the regional cooperation angle, which is very important and could be the sort of bringing a lot of change. And that sets the stage for, our friend from BIMSTEC Secretariat, Ambassador Saj Mendis. So, Saj, I think you have very clear contacts now. Set number of speakers have already highlighted that the regional cooperation could be one of the solutions or a kind of measure to help in finding solutions. So over to you, the BIMSTEC perspective and your own views on how regional cooperation could help to shape the responses.
Mr. Chair, it's a deep pleasure to see you, Dr. Nagesh Kumar. It's a long time. Last time I met you was in Kazakhstan in 2009. Let me just make 8 brief points due to time constraints. Approximately 250 years ago, one of the founding members of the US Constitution, Benjamin Franklin, stated, "No country has ever been ruined by engaging in trade." But if you look at today, it's still more true than it used to be. Often trade, or whether it's carbon trade or carbon tax or imposing any of the restrictions, if you look at the world today, there are about 32 trillion US dollars of global trade. And it's more true today. And any recessionary time, any depressionary time in the world, the global trade has diminished, has declined. Number 2, some view this, particularly in the developing countries, as a mercantilistic approach. That means to export more, import less. What's been exercised by the world the last 200, 300 years ago. But that's going to hurt not only the developed countries, but developing countries as well as least developed countries. And this also can be described as a non-tariff barrier, given particularly at this juncture, geopolitical, geoeconomic, geostrategic circumstances and vicissitudes. Now we know it, many speakers stated about COP29. And then of course, we have the elections, we have 2 ongoing conflicts in the world, and there are many other issues. Let me move to the 3rd point. Now, right now, the COP29 in Baku, the BRICS group, or they call it BRICS, they have expressed their deep concern of the carbon border adjustment mechanism known as CBAM. And they've expressed, that can hurt not only developing countries, but developed countries. Now, coming back to the BIMSTEC, since I'll speak on behalf of BIMSTEC, which has 5 member states from South Asia and 2 from Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, the Thailand and Myanmar. Now, the vitality of trade for these 7 BIMSTEC countries is that the total trade, total exports of BIMSTEC India in 2023 was about approximately, it's about, I think, it's about close to 800 billion, to be exact, $796 billion US. Mostly by India, it's about 80% by India. And the bilateral trade comes to about something about 1.85 trillion US. So the imports are greater than the exports. Now, please bear in mind that the total GDP of the 7 BIMSTEC countries comes to about $5.4 trillion. And whereas the global GDP, as you know quite well, Dr. Nagesh Kumar, global GDP is about 112 trillion. So this is a region, the BIMSTEC, consists of a population of approximately 20%. It's about 1.8 billion, but shares only less than 5% of the global GDP, with a population of 20%. So this can also is not, of course, world is not a fair place. This is also not fair for developing countries. And then also just to very quickly move to, due to time factors, the fifth point, the diversity of this region, of the 7 member states. The country which has the highest per capita GDP is Thailand. I know Thai ambassador is from Sri Lanka, she's there. It's about $7,800 US. And the least developed country, or the country which has the least per capita income, is Myanmar, which is just about $1,250 US. Whereas the global average, if you divide the global GDP by the population, it comes to about $13,500 US. So all these 7 countries are less than the middle income category. So just to add, as many of them stated, the previous speaker stated, MSMEs, which is the backbone of the economy, whether it's a developed country, least developed country, or a advanced economy, whether it's Germany, whether US, or whether it's Japan, those MSMEs or SMEs could get affected markedly and significantly. Let me just move to the 6th point. Now, BIMSTEC, as a matter of fact, which I speak on behalf of BIMSTEC, which is a plan of action, and that it states that the BIMSTEC does possess the potential to address carbon market, carbon trading, carbon taxes, and regulation, but it lacks the technical expertise in emission of trading systems and, of course, reducing carbon content. So that's something else that the BIMSTEC has to address. Now, the point 7, for all record purposes, I state unequivocally, BIMSTEC had not assumed a structured and concrete position to deal or to address this particular issue. Now, as you know quite well, ladies and gentlemen, when you say about carbon tax or carbon trading or this particular carbon factor, even the leaders of the countries, even some of the very senior politicians or political leaders and policymakers do not understand, do not comprehend the gravity of this particular issue at this juncture imposed by the 27 member EU countries. And the lastly but not the least, the possible solution that I see as an international economist, the way I see it, the first would be, of course, I'm saying the BIMSTEC 7 countries, along with the other developing countries of the South, to negotiate and to conduct efficacious discourse with the EU member states to delay it or to negotiate it to the benefit, just like GSP plus being negotiated by Sri Lanka and other developing countries, even Bangladesh, just to negotiate and have a discourse on this particular issue, stating how it affects not only the developing countries of BIMSTEC, but also the EU. And the second, I see the BIMSTEC in particular to elevate and aggrandize its expertise in order to minimize the carbon content of the products that they export. So that has to be educated on a national basis. The third I see is BIMSTEC to request the EU, that means, and of course, to have meetings and then to request more time and more scope in order for BIMSTEC countries to be equipped in order to export the products with the minimal content of carbon. Because as a matter of fact, as a previous speaker stated, it creates inequality and inequality leads to instability. So this is not fair because advanced countries have already had developed, or countries like Singapore, Denmark, and those countries. But here, these developing countries, these particular 7 countries, having only 5% of the global GDP with a population of over 20%, do suffer. And the last but not the least, the BIMSTEC nations and also the other developing countries in the South to educate, to enlighten not only the political leaders, but the population, the populace, of the benefits and the utility of the green economy. So that would benefit on a long-term basis, thus even achieving the main objective of this particular forum, SDGs. Thank you very much.
I think my order of inviting speakers worked very well. I can see that such delivered a very powerful message on what this carbon border adjustment mechanism is doing to the sub-region of BIMSTEC, and in view of their sort of high diversity, their lower middle income status, their inability to meet the challenge immediately, and the situation complicated by very high dominance of MSMEs, which form the backbone of these economies, and that requires a lot of support measures from the government side. The lack of technical expertise to meet with this challenge. So all of this, complicate the scene. And then he listed some very concrete action points for regional cooperation, which include BIMSTEC and maybe other developing country groups negotiating with EU to delay this, onslaught, or delay the implementation from beyond 2026. Even a very advanced country like Turkey, feels as too close, to prepare for the 2026 deadline. So what to talk of lower middle income countries in the BIMSTEC region. And so engaging with the EU in negotiations to delay this process of implementation, but also elevate the discussion and debate and policy making in the countries to minimize the carbon content of the economy in general, industry in particular. So I think very important points have been put on the table. Now I'm looking at the watch, and the session was to close at 14:30. However, we started a bit late. So maybe we can extend by 10-15 minutes and have some discussion. Yeah. Okay. So any hands for raising any points from the audience? Yes, I see one over there. And so let's begin with you. Yes.
Thank you very much for this very informative panel. I want to raise the issue of the linkage of carbon regulation and carbon market. And as we following up all the COPs, Rio Convention COPs, we are seeing how very rapidly other markets like biodiversity markets and even eco market, which is very interlinked with carbon market, as are very rapidly approved by the states. The other thing I want to raise, at the same time that we are here, our governments are negotiating in Azerbaijan, Baku. So it is again very surprising that at the first day, the Article 6 was approved, 6.4, which is very related to carbon market. And at that level, again, we didn't see any reaction from the government of India, Iran, and all the government who are present here. So all of these things that are getting approved at that level, at that convention level, then we are discussing about how they are affecting our lives at the grassroots level. So at the same time, there are so many other markets, eco markets, that are approving in all the Rio Convention this year, just recently, and we will face another COP in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, that they are again pushing for carbon and biodiversity market and other eco market. And at the same time, we do not see any reaction from our government viewpoint at that level, and how these kind of markets are affecting the grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you for that point. Any others before I invite? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Tika Dahal. I am working with the Women with Disabilities Group in Nepal. I think this question is very basic, but I wanted to know that thing. What was understanding climate justice and green operations means in relation to disability, women, and the marginalized aspect and arena? Thank you.
Any other? If none, oh yes, yes.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the insights that each panel member has shared. I am Dr. Anirudh, and I'm representing Youth Constituency to UNEP. So my question is on a broader level with respect to carbon regulations as well. So how can South and Southwest Asia accelerate, right, carbon regulation, while let's say balancing the rapid economic growth and and especially reducing energy dependency on fossil fuels, basically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, if there are no other questions, then maybe we invite the panelists. Nikiko, you have any suggestion? Yes. Yeah. So anyone who wants to respond to these 3 points which have been made? Yeah, please.
You raised, Anirudh, this point about how to accelerate. See, when the regulation was coming, and it has been pointed out by the lady from Iran also, the responses from the countries likely to be affected. It becomes very difficult when a regulation is moving for there needs to be a cause to go and make representations by the sovereign governments. It becomes difficult. But anyhow, when it comes to, say, accelerating it, I would like to give a very practical solution. And I am motivated by part of the opening remarks of the chair. In case there are any tax collections from CBAM, say in 2027, it starts in 26. If the entire collection is spent within a year on imports from developing countries of the capital goods, which can reduce carbon footprint of production of aluminum, steel, etc., I think livelihoods would not suffer. And that also answers the issue, partly the issue related to the livelihoods of vulnerable, disabled, and other persons also. And brings, because why it's, let us not forget, it's not we versus them, it's our planet, as well as of EU, as well as of every country. So we have to naturally heal the planet. That situation has come. So that could be one practical way out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Yes, Saj, yes.
Let me just make a very brief point on the three comments made by the participants. You know, this is what I discussed with Ms. Tanaka. It aligns and dovetails of the discussion that I had with her. This situation of carbon tax epitomizes the resolve, political will, enthusiasm, tenacity, and perspicacity of the European Union in this particular case. And then just to have it by January 1st, 2026. Now, if there's such political will and resolve on, for example, SDGs, that also can be achieved. So when the governments of the countries need something else, they will just want to do it, but they just don't see the necessity of fructifying the SDGs. It's off the record, I'm stating that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saj. Yes, Rana.
Sure, thank you. So on the point of acceleration of carbon regulation along with economic growth, so see, that's why we are here. So we are trying to find out that what is the mechanism. As Dr. Kumar mentioned, first of all, we need, a singular language if we want to sort out regionally. Instead of working in silos and for just national cause or provincial levels, it's time to come as a region and sort out those things. So see, the South and Southwest Asia region has both developed countries, developing countries, and we still have countries facing economic challenge worse than worst. So see, that's why we all are here and we are trying to sort out. And the point is not that the Article 64 has been approved or what, and not it's a time to, argue about either we want this taxation or not. The point is, are we ready for it or not? The country and as a region, are we ready for not? Someone have to come forward and be a mediator and make all of the countries in the region to sit together and come up with a plan, or at least as a draft, as a pilot to test. So it will take time. It will do different testing, different sort of mechanisms, and then we'll come to an agreement and start implementing that. So it's not an easy path, it's a difficult path, but it's an important path. I'll not say the necessity, it's a hard word that is so necessary to do it today, but it is important. So see, so that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, yeah, I see still the point.
Thank you very much. I'm from the Maldives, but I'm not sure whether this is the right forum for me to bring up this issue. Maldives, as you know, is a signatory to a lot of conventions. Montreal Protocol, Kyoto Protocol, UNFCCC, and all that. But then, having worked in these areas, I know that there are contradictions between, like, for example, Montreal Protocol, which tries to address the issue with ozone layer, and the alternatives that are given goes and contradicts completely with Kyoto Protocol. So these are also issues that needs to be resolved at a higher level, because when you are protecting the ozone layer, you are also greenhouse gas emissions are increasing. So these are a lot of challenges that a country like Maldives, for example, is one that is quite vulnerable, most challenged, one of the most challenged countries in the world, barely 2 meters above sea level. So any rise in ocean would affect us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very well taken point. Maldives is really affected very badly, and climate change and the global warming will have a lot of repercussions for, especially for countries like Maldives, Bangladesh, India, or other coastal countries will be very badly affected, and we need to do something about it. As Dr. Anand said, this is our planet. It is not somebody else's. So we have to work together, find cooperative solutions, and speak with one voice, as Rana said. So with that, we have come to a close. So what do you want me to do? Just make some summary remarks and then hand over to you? Yeah, I think we have had a very engaging discussion between seven panelists and so many of you participating in the rich discussion. So I think it's the writing on the wall is very clear that the climate change is a force, is a fact of life that we have to deal with it, prepare ourselves, and in that context, these policies adopted by some of the advanced countries like EU, adopting carbon border carbon adjustment taxes, which will be disruptive for the economies of this region, create a lot of redundancies of jobs, and MSMEs, women-led MSMEs will be particularly affected. So we need to act on several fronts. Prepare our industry, bring down the carbon footprints, create databases, measure all of the emissions that are happening and that are going down. Negotiate with the EU and the other trade partners as a single, voice with the collective, the voice will have greater force than individual. So regionally, we need to have a united stand and sharing our own resources, technologies, and all that, and negotiate with the EU to buy more time to prepare, and also seek support, technological and financial, to prepare ourselves. Otherwise, it can be very, very damaging for the economies and also for their own approach to inclusive and sustainable development. So on that note, I want to hand over back to Mikiko Tanaka, the Director of the South and Southwest Asia Office, to make some concluding or closing remarks. Over to you, Tanaka.
Thank you. It's like the baton touch from the previous director. Thank you very much. No, it was a very interesting discussion. I was really in listening mode. But a naive question that came to mind is, as a non-expert in this, is when do the costs of these additional taxes, carbon regulations or taxes from EU and other parts, become so inhibitive that actually the paradigm shifts and it becomes actually sensible to do more trade within the sub-region? Because again, this sub-region is known, I've been, learning, is the lowest in terms of integration and trade within the region. So I don't know if this is an incentive. It also reduces the costs for communities and maybe more opportunities for local communities and women as well, into the trade rather than trading with the EU. Anyway, my job here is to really a vote of thanks to all the panelists here at the dais and George at online. Thank you very much. I, really, energized, and I think it's also educational to have our SANS partners, these think tank partners in South and Southwest Asia, to come together around a common issue to try to find ways to work together to forge this regional cooperation. And thank you, Nagesh, for really eloquently moderating and leading this discussion. And thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Okay, let's start the second side event here. So may I invite to the dais? You're taking photos. Anyway. Is Dr. Recker here? Okay, so may I invite to the dais Ms. Pramila Acharya Rijal, who is now a common face here. Yeah. And then Dr. Recker, are you here? Dr. Eka, I haven't seen her. Okay, I'll skip it. Dr. Mariam Shakila, also a now very known face. Ms. Ratna Prabhakati, founder president of Ubuntu Consortium. Dr. Sheila, how do I pronounce it? Bide, sorry, excuse me, Bide, the chairperson of the Women Entrepreneurs International Trade and Technology Center in India. Then Ms. Kala Paris is online or is here? Oh, yeah, sorry. Please, come, sorry. Sorry for that voice. Yes, Senior Researcher Center for Women's Research in Sri Lanka. And then from Iran, Ms. Hania Mogani, Senior Legal Counsel and Advocate. Center for Sustainable Development and Environment from Iran. And Ms. Diksha Singh from Saudi. Yes. I think I have everybody. So Dr. Rika is not here, right? I think we have more on the dais than in the audience.
I think the moment is the women, the men disappear. I also think.
And all women, where's the gender balance? We can talk amongst ourselves, or we can ask the gentlemen and the audience to come a little bit closer, so we don't feel so, we're talking to tables, actually.
Talking about it's so cold, that's why everybody's run away.
It's like the SAC event that we were talking about.
Yeah, we
All
can
men
kind
there
of
are
sit
now-
down there and then sit in a round table too, no? Yeah.
That's why I said
Maybe
the
we should
moment you
ring
talk
the
about women,
bell to all this. Anyway, have your photos taken. Yeah, this is like my 100th photo. Sorry, should switch off the Wi-Fi. So I think the ladies on the dais, we should kind of, look that way. Okay, so this is a conversation. So, yeah, please come to the front so we feel a little bit more in company. Otherwise, yeah, no, absolutely. This is a conversation we want to have. Okay, so we had, SDG 5, we had SDG 8, we had SDG 17 this morning. We talked about this gender inequality or the gaps around that. And in the context of digital divide. So we wanted to have a conversation with all these lovely ladies who are working in various domains, I think, in their own countries, but also the South Asia Women's Development Forum as a network of women, businesses, philanthropists, to share, their perspectives, what they see as challenges, barriers, but also how they see this, how do we unblock, how do we close this digital divide for women in South and Southwest Asia. So I'm going to pass the floor to the moderator, Ms. Pramila, to, take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikiko. As she mentioned, today we will be addressing the pressing issue of the digital divide in South Asia and Southwest Asia. We all know that a gap that widens existing inequality, especially for women and border communities. So we also have, data which clearly says that, there is a digital divide. And according to UNESCAP, only 54% of women in the Asia Pacific region use the internet compared with 59% for men. So now, particularly in the low and middle income countries, women are 20% less likely to own a smartphone or to use the internet on a mobile device than men. So now this is not just a lack of internet access, it's also a barrier to opportunities in health, education, and economic empowerment. So women in these regions face extra challenges, we know the discrimination, we know the cultural limitations, limited digital literacy, but particularly border communities too find themselves isolated from resources, markets, and essential services. So this discussion is going to explore actionable ways to bridge these digital divides and bring about meaningful change. Now, as for the speakers, the speakers are pioneers, business leaders, have made a huge contribution in the sector of women empowerment. So I'll just give a very brief introduction of the speakers. I'll start with Dr. Mariam Shakila. She's one of the most active and successful opportunities to advocate for their recognition. And we have Ms. Diksha Singh. She's the program coordinator of South Asia Watch on Trade, Economic and Environment. So she specializes in development research in transboundary economic cooperation, entrepreneurship, development, and finance and livelihood concerns in South Asia. And she has more than 10 years of experience in this field. So we have a wonderful panelist, but we don't have a big audience. The anticlimax is that. However, we'll get started. So I would put my first question that is for all the speakers. So what are the key barriers that women in South Asia face and in accessing digital technologies, and what are the important interventions that are essential for such women to equip them to use digital technology? So first is the barriers, and then is the interventions, important interventions. So I will start with Dr. Sheila Healy, please.
Thank you, Pramila.
I think it's not on.
Thank you, Pramila. So we have to focus on women in trade, in e-commerce, and also South Asia. So I'll just mention the special background of South Asian women. We all know that international trade has led to a lot of benefit for the participating countries. And when there has been peace and harmony and rule-based trading systems, practically everybody, large or small, have benefited. So unfortunately, it was observed that women are not benefiting from this trade. And then since 2017, Buenos Aires Declaration, every effort is being made to get women into trade. But it has been found that not much achievement has happened, even in the developed countries as also developing countries. But what happened suddenly is during COVID, many of the women found it much easier to deal with trade through e-commerce, and practically without any training or without any exposure, just with local knowledge, they got into e-commerce and they benefited. So now it's a clear signal to us that digital trade is one way where we can consolidate the position of women in trade. The problem is that for e-commerce to succeed amongst women, we need to train them. Many of the urban, semi-urban areas or rural areas, they are not exposed to what is the digital trade about. They don't have access to the instruments like mobile or internet or computers, and they need continuous support in using this because technology is moving all the time, changing all the time. So you can't say we have given them 15 days training and now they are ready for e-commerce. That is not the way it works. So some training has to be put in place, which is continuous and upgraded in technology as they go along. So we in South Asia, the very peculiar situation is that trade amongst each other country is of a very low order. It's the worst in the region all over the world, worst region for local trade, regional trade in the world. So there are many reasons, lack of infrastructure, lack of communication between the governments and systems not in place. But e-commerce can be a unifying factor because in many of the South Asian countries and in India, digital technology has really gone very, very high in a very short time. And most of these countries are not too bad when it comes to having access to technology through the private sector. Governments have not succeeded much, but the people-to-people industry, IT industry has developed very well. Another aspect is now government is giving importance to public infrastructure. That is Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC. Government of India has created this platform so that anybody who sets up a digital e-platform can go onto this platform at a very, very low cost. They can set up their companies. And government and all the South Asian countries are working so that this ONDC can be used by all other countries. And there is also DPI. You can shift your goods from country to country, but if your payment system is lagging behind, then what is the point? You have to go to each other's banks, then they have to have transfer of money. So now they're trying to see if the digital payment interface, which has been set up, is extended to other South Asian countries. So these two infrastructure developments will really help the
countries and also particularly women. So these are the few things that I want to mention. There is a great potential in our South Asia countries. Women are doing very well. It's only the supporting infrastructure that is required.
Thank you, Dr. Bedi. I think the two infrastructures that we talked about are wonderful initiatives. So I'll move on to our next speaker, Mrs. Ratna Prabha Khati. How long do you speak? 3 minutes or 5 minutes? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay. So I'll come straight to the point. The first point which our chairperson mentioned was we should talk about the barriers. Okay. And the first barrier we see across our table that the hall is empty. Okay. So it shows the disinterest people have about women issues. So that itself is one of the barriers which we observe all around us, and that is something which needs to be changed. I don't know when it's going to change. Now, based on my experiences, since the time is very short, I would like to say that, the digital divide has various factors. One is the urban-rural divide, and then the, caste divides, the community divides, the regional divides. So there's so many divisions which the women face. But one thing, as ma'am has mentioned, which is a unifying factor, is the internet and the digital transformation. I think all of them need the digital transformation, digital training in some form or the other. Now, the barriers, I cannot speak about the Southeast Asian countries because my experience is limited, but I can speak about my experience in India, that computers or the laptop is something, which is little scary, terrifying to the women, but they're very comfortable with the mobile. So when we started, thanks to Mikiko and Rajan, when we started, I tell you frankly, we were unaware of this digital transformation or training when we were working with women entrepreneurs. We were working in the traditional way, taking them to exhibitions, blah, blah. But during COVID, when we were exposed to digital marketing training, when they first said that you come with your computers, many of the women said online training was a total failure, in the sense, out of the 100%, only 30% women lasted till the end because they had to run to the kitchen, they had to receive their husbands for lunch, children were coming from school. So then we went for the offline training. Okay. So in the offline training, we found that computers was not, laptops were not much of an interest, but mobile phones were. Many women were, so I think mobile phones was something which all of them were very comfortable. Now, coming to the interventions, I think interventions is people like us, we go close to them, we work with them, we do different types of training, make the women comfortable. It is, like what we are doing now. I think that can be continued for a longer time, and surely there will be a change over a period of time. Thank you. Thank you so much. She rightly focused on the role of development organizations and CSOs and how they could bring about changes. So the next speaker is Dr. Shakila, please.
Okay, I would not go and talk about some of the barriers that has already been spoken about. So we all know that there are many, many barriers, but I'm focusing on 4 key barriers that I feel is necessary to overcome. Like one is socio-cultural norms and economic challenges, infrastructure issues, and limited support networks. Now, socio-cultural norms significantly impact women's access to digital technologies, as we all know, with traditional gender roles often prioritizing men's education while neglecting women to domestic responsibilities, hence limiting their engagement with digital tools. Safety concerns like the fear of online harassment and cyberbullying further restrict women's use of digital platforms. Additionally, lower levels of education, especially in rural areas, is hindering their digital literacy and making technology more difficult to navigate. The second one is economic Economically, women face income disparities and financial constraints that limit their ability to purchase devices and internet services alongside digital skills. Now, infrastructurally, many rural or disadvantaged areas suffer from a lack of reliable internet and electricity access, while household devices allocation often favors male family members, further excluding women. Lastly, limited support networks and a lack of training opportunities undermine women's confidence and skills. Now, the other one is like, what are the innovative strategies is one of the other questions that the chair asked. So innovative strategies and successful examples aimed at empowering women in the digital space encompasses various community-based initiatives, mobile technology solutions, and collaborative efforts. Digital literacy programs like the Digital Empowerment Foundation in India have effectively trained rural women, increasing their confidence in technology, while women's tech hubs in Bangladesh provide essential spaces for learning and resource sharing. Now, mobile learning apps such as M-Education addresses women's educational needs, and microloan programs help financially support women in acquiring devices and internet access. National digital strategies exemplified by India's Digital India campaign alongside NGO initiatives like GIZ focus on enhancing women's digital participation and also improving infrastructure in underserved areas. Now, furthermore, mentorship programs connect women to industry leaders, fostering confidence and support, while awareness campaigns work to reshape social perceptions of women's role in technology. Additionally, women-centric platforms also create supportive environments such as online marketplace and forums for sharing experience among female entrepreneurs. Now, Ratna Prabha was also mentioning about the e-commerce training. One of the challenges when this e-commerce training was conducted was that when it came to payment gateway, there was no payment gateway in some countries, and then so it was not possible for a lot of people to conduct the e-commerce. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shakila. You came up with a number of initiatives which could benefit the women, such as community-based initiatives, mobile learning, which could address education level in the digital technology, mentorship programs, and women-centric platforms. Thank you. So now I will move on to our next speaker, that is Dr. Kala Pieris, Senior Researcher Center for Women's Research, Sri Lanka.
Thank you. Now, since much has been said about barriers, from the Sri Lankan perspective, let me look at the conceptual understanding what digital literacy means in our countries. Now, if I share with you the statistics in terms of the ones who have been considered as computer literate, 36.1 being males, 32.6 being females. And when it comes to digitally literate, 60.3 men and 54.5 females. So our statistics are just fine. Our women, Sri Lankan women are digitally literate. But when you look at the cyber violence cases, violence against women, I mean, like most of the time being said, women, all these restrictions in the families, unhappiness, children not being looked after, it's because women use phones. And look at the contradiction. When you look at the number, I mean, if you go by the quantified figures and the notion of being digitally literate in my country. And then now statistics also digitally literate. As long as you can hold a telephone, switch it on, switch it off, use internet, that is digital literacy. So in that context, what are we talking about women's empowerment in terms of being digitally literate, which is a major barrier conceptually. As ma'am mentioned earlier, my experience is from the research which we have conducted and the work we do directly with communities. We get women, we get community, and we train them on digital marketing. So in principle, it's a matter of understanding, conceptually understanding what it means by digitally becoming literate. Now, what in our research, what we have seen is in Sri Lanka, ICT related jobs, in all the jobs in the sample, 34% being occupied by females. Now, what we observe in our research is digital platforms would become facilitating factors or inhibiting barriers as long as these platforms would not give access and control, better access and control over resources. These platforms would make women to hold, to control or to get hold of their triple role. As long as women's agency is not being facilitated, confidence, integrity, better communication, access to information, and it's about women's agency, and it's everything about creating an enabling environment by going through these digital platforms. So conceptually, we feel, based on the research base and our experience, it's the understanding what digital literacy is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kala. She focused on creating an enabling environment for women, which she feels is important. So now I'll move on to my next speaker, Diksha Singh.
Thank you, Chair. So, yesterday when we had breakout discussions, this came up that it came from the breakout discussion, as well as it is kind of established fact that one of the biggest barriers for women's participation in economic activities is their lack of access to information. So digital solutions, digital tools, they are one of the very important tools that could help bridge this gap, because literally all the information is now available at the fingertips thanks to mobile phones. But having said that, so it means that women can, especially those involved in businesses, they will get the information about the services available to them, as well as they could gather market intelligence, so that could help them expand their businesses. But having said, so digital commerce has helped them connect with the buyer, as well as fulfill the standards and other requirements of the buyers. But having said that, that information is not easy to access. It is easy to access, but there's so much information right now in the internet that it's difficult to parse through all the information and to understand which information is right and what are the misinformation. So women business persons, they need to be equipped with the skills to find right information, how to parse through all the noise that is existing in the internet. And like we all discussed here, that after COVID, that women entrepreneurs have found new markets through internet, through different platforms, shopping platforms, as well as social media. Like they use Facebook, TikTok, and other Instagram kind of social media to sell their products. But one of the issues with that those platforms, they have helped them connect to the buyers, but all the other logistical support has remained the same. So all those challenges that they face with terms of delivery and all that still exists. So just developing digital solutions may not be the answer to their problems. And with regard to platforms, they need to be made understood that those platforms are heavily dependent on algorithms and those things, that so there is high risk of them getting deplatformed, and they might lose all the whatever this network they have created digitally. So those kind of information and those kind of training is also quite important. So.
Thank you, Diksha. She highlighted on how important digital tools is to bridge this gap. So I will move on to our next speaker, Hania Mogani.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to also talk about the barriers, but from the perspective of indigenous peoples and local communities. As I myself come from indigenous roots and pastoralist roots, just imagine that women in my community, at the same time that we are witnessing how rapidly the digital information and digital platforms are promoting, they even don't know about the word digital. So the rapidness of the improvement of that level and the gap and disinformation or misinformation about the digital platform in the grassroots level, this gap is very huge. I want to talk about the barriers and why at that level of the community they do not have access to digital platforms and digital accessibility. The main barriers is economic barriers. From the community who are struggling with economy, it is not a priority to get a smartphone or even laptop or computer. And the other one, which is very common in our region, it is the cultural and social norms. For example, from the patriarch mindset, men are always setting so many norms for women that it is not your priority to access to even internet, and internet is not, for example, good for you. Do not use it. The other one is digital disparities, which is again another barriers. And the main one is the language barriers. All the platforms are in English. So how people in rural and pastoralist area can use these kind of platform which are not in their mother tongue. And you know that in Asia we have more than 2,000 languages and cultures. And the other one, which is very, very common with us and Afghanistan, is sanctions and wars. I am not going to talk more about it because I use whenever I want, whenever there an opportunity, I raise this issue. But we need more awareness raising, because whatever we are feeling, even we cannot pass it to you by our languages, because the trauma is not passable. Thank you for this. Yes, and the impact of digital.
Time out. The flower means.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought I was talking about the war, so you passed this flower to me. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. She basically highlighted on the cultural and social norms, and the gap is huge at the grassroots level, and then language barrier is another challenge. So I'll come to the second question, which again is going to be addressed by all our speakers, and I'll start with Dr. Kala Pieris. So in light of climate risk, how can we ensure that disaster preparedness programs incorporate digital solutions tailored for women and local leaders in rural areas? And what are the 3 or 4 important and urgent interventions that are required to bridge this divide?
To my understanding, women would be the group to know the impact of climate change most in their own localities. So they would reflect upon the risk as they feel, because women do not feel only for them. Feeling the impact of the disaster risk starts from outside for women, which is going wrong at times for women. So in terms of talking about climate change, we work with women along the coastal belt, where are also from mountain areas, and also in protected areas where they have, I mean, like in encroached land, crown land. So in that sense, women have felt, they know, being there for generations, learning from their grandparents, learning from their parents, and knowing it on their own, how the life has changed. Areas where the water sources which have been used cannot be used anymore. Water should be bought in most of the areas where you have more than enough water, which is all contaminated. In such context, in terms of getting preparedness, it is also for them to know there are other, it's not only for them. It is not sin. It is not their sin, but it is happening around the world, maybe with their least contribution, as mentioned at this forum from the very beginning. Living in the third world, very little contribution, but the know-how, knowing about how these situations are being handled by other groups, in other communities, in other countries, it's about connection. It is through these digitalized platforms, not that they fly across the ocean to learn from the others. That hardly happens. In that sense, disaster preparedness is about learning from others, peer learning, which is most impactful, as well as being prepared. Early warning systems, as well as having been, where capacity development has been done accordingly, not just by physically, not just when something happens, but to keep them prepared, knowing, touching upon from every corner of the world, which is through digital platforms.
Thank you, Doctor. She basically focused on peer learning. She felt that that was one of the best methods for getting prepared on disaster, management. So my next speaker is Dr. Shakila. So we basically want to focus on disaster preparedness programs, incorporate digital solutions tailored for women and local leaders in rural areas, and 3 or 4 important and urgent interventions.
I think effective strategies should include, like, for example, conducting need assessments through surveys and focus group to engage stakeholders in co-creating user-friendly, culturally relevant tools, and also developing tailored digital solutions such as mobile apps, SMS alerts, alongside accessible training videos. Those things will ensure practical applications, and then that is understood. Now, workshops led by local facilitators and the designation of digital champions can also demystify technology and then give them the courage for its adoption. Another one also could be community engagement, like through storytelling, for example, and hands-on demonstration, even fosters trust, while partnerships with NGOs and local media promote the outreach. Ongoing support via help desks and feedback mechanisms also will keep solutions relevant, and also it will maintain transparency, and it will help alleviate skepticism. Ultimately, these combined efforts will empower women and local leaders that will build trust and demonstrate the benefits of technology in disaster preparedness. And through these combined efforts, disaster preparedness programs can effectively incorporate digital solutions while respecting and enhancing the role of women and local leaders. Now, when we tailor these programs, or when we also conduct, like, for example, sessions, we also must attach the community, or attach the group with mentors and support programs, so that they can actually go back and then talk to them. And it is also very important to not just one size fits all kind of programs, because all of us have different, all of our countries have different skills, different needs, and then also different setups. And then so programs also need to be tailored accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Shakila. So you highlighted correctly, saying that mobile apps, community engagement, workshops, and then digital campaigns. These were some of the topics that she touched upon, which are very important for, preparing disaster, and also some of the local interventions that could address these challenges. So my next speaker is, I got a message, was it from Dr. Sheila? Yeah, she has to go to the airport, so the floor is yours, please.
So what is the question?
Well, the question is that in light of climate risk, how can we ensure that disaster preparedness programs incorporate digital solutions tailored for women and local leaders in rural areas? And mention 3 or 4 important and urgent interventions.
Yes. Climate change, of course, is affecting the whole world, but it's really affecting South Asia very, very significantly. One, because we have the Himalayas, which are a fragile range of very young mountains. They're still forming. So whatever happens in the Himalayas affects not only those countries like Nepal, Bhutan, and Afghanistan, Pakistan, but it affects the rest of the South Asia also, because of the melting of waters, because of the overflow of rivers, and so on. Not only from the north is it getting affected, but from the south also, because the oceans are rising. Maldives is one example. It's our neighbor, depends heavily on trade between India and other countries, South Asian countries, and Maldives. But the waters are rising so rapidly, and the land is just about 2 meters above the sea. So you can imagine it's not impossible that in a few years, Maldives, some of the really low-lying areas will just disappear. So this is a very big problem. And one thing we must realize, that no one country can solve this problem. We have to do it together. And we just have to help each other and have a long-term plan. And I would say digital technology can play a very important role, because it's fast, it reports fast, and action can be taken, coordination can be taken between the countries much faster than it would have been otherwise possible. And women, of course, 50% of the population, big area of population is women. And they are located in remote areas, in the villages. They are not, that well connected as the men. So we have to have a system of groups of women focused on how to attack this problem of disaster. And I think women to women communication is pretty fast. So I think digital use, technology use for disaster management is something very, very necessary and very potentially important.
Thank you, Dr. Bide. She touched upon how digital technology can prepare the community in advance for disaster preparedness, and that has worked in many countries. So I think that's very good intervention that she just talked about. So we'll go to our next speaker, Dikshit.
Yeah, so this climate change has become a reality, and disasters, when we talk about disasters, so they could be slow onset disasters and could be rapid onset ones, like extreme weather events such as floods and landslides. And so I think digital technology can help women to withstand, to be more resilient, even in terms of rapid onset disasters, when some like through early warnings, giving them trainings on how to withstand and how to save themselves during such disasters. And when it comes to slow onset disasters, such as due to climate change, how the rains pattern have changed, and that has affected productivity, agricultural productivity. And mostly in South Asia, we are seeing that agriculture is becoming highly feminized. So those women farmers, they could be trained and help them adopt climate smart technologies through, such as maybe using this one of the examples, like easiest thing could be done is like helping them connected through to agriculture extension services through their mobile phones. That does not even require them to have smartphones, just basic mobile phones would do. And along with that, helping them adopt innovative technologies, making those technologies more affordable to those women so that they can, their farming practices could be resilient. That is one way I see.
Thank you. She highlighted on women farmers training on climate smart technology and also adopting innovative technology, which is very important for women in the farming sector. So our next speaker is Ratna Prabha. My suggestions are that generally whenever the disasters occur, those areas are already recognized and there is a disaster management committee and there's a disaster plan. Especially suppose you think of cyclone, in certain areas the cyclone affects in November, December, and some areas it affects in July, August. So the district administration is aware that there's going to be a disaster and there's already a disaster management plan. So within this plan, it is suggested that women should be taken into this action plan. And already some areas they are doing it. The women are part of the helpline, women are part of the disaster management team that is predicting whether there's a cyclone or any disaster happening. And post disaster also women are involved in rehabilitation, helping in transportation of food material, preparing of food, rescuing people. So all this is happening, and I think with the modern technology, we have these self-help groups of women. These groups of women in villages, they already have access to mobile and app and things like that. So technology can be used to connect these women with the administration, with the people who are working for the disaster management, and I'm sure the people do this job. Okay. Thank you so much. She mentioned about the disaster management plan, I think, which is excellent because technology can be used with self-help groups and the women who are in a disaster-prone area. So these were some of the suggestions she came up with. And now we have our last speaker, Hannah Mogani.
To be very realistic, let's assume that this kind of application and digital platform are somehow the education of using this can hand over to people and grassroots people, how they can use it, how they can access to internet even to use that. And on the other hand, I also raised this issue in the previous panel that even some of these platforms, can you imagine that in my country and in Afghanistan, when you open those platforms, there is the message on your phone that this platform and this application is not accessible in your region and in your country. So these kind of barriers that, for example, we issue this kind of barrier here, then how we can advocate for overcome these kind of barriers. So yes, my message just is just this one. Thank you.
She mentioned of a very major challenge, barrier about restrictions in technology platforms, which again restricts the women in accessing knowledge, information, and also getting prepared, disaster preparedness. So we have come to an end to the discussions, and I would like to open the floor. If there are any queries, any questions, please raise your hands and let us know. If the question is, addressed to a particular speaker, it's for all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you all distinguished presenter, very well speaking and sharing. I just would like to share that and then question concern also. Those technology nowadays it's increasing day by day and then developing very new apps and many social media and social platform. How to ensure the accessibility for all, follow the universal design. Still, there are lots of barrier to use the website and different apps and the content, those who are putting in the Facebook and Twitter and other, and then video also. So how to access in terms of disability, diversity, and local people in the local language, that is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel for really, really insightful comments. I think it's been a great session. I just wanted to ask a question more broadly about, socio-cultural norms that potentially prevent women from accessing the types of technology they need for a lot of these programs related to entrepreneurship and things like this. I think a lot of a problem of putting the entire emphasis on women and then not discussing a lot of the issues that are very male driven. So for example, we say violence against women rather than male dominated and male perpetrated violence, for example. But specifically, I wanted to ask about how, as a sub-region, as a region, can we target the social and cultural behaviors of boys, particularly young boys, to ensure that they are growing up in a world where they're respecting the rights and the freedom of women to be able to not just make their own decisions, but to be able to access the types of technologies that ultimately is necessary for a lot of the interventions that we spoke about. So as a question to the whole panel, do you feel like there is a value in ensuring that we intervene particularly with boys at a young age? And if so, how could we achieve this as a sub-region cooperatively? Thank you.
Can I answer to that? Oh, okay. Into Mikiko Tanaki, please. Sometime back, I had written a blog which said that manliness is not being boisterous. Manliness is kind and gentle. So I think it has to begin from home. For everything, anything good, it has to begin from home. So I think, the mother especially and the father also should train the boy at home to be gentle and kind. And that is what needs to be appreciated, not being boisterous and, like, what do you say, gunda sort of a thing at home. Because, the mother will always tell get the glass of water or sacrifice, but the son is not supposed to do it because he's a boy. Okay, so if that is ingrained, that even the boy should be, should do what the girl also does at home, and then you start inculcating it from the childhood, there will be lot of difference in the families. When you see India itself, you will see that in south of India and east of India, especially, Odisha and Bengal, that side, and also south, you will see that there is less violence compared to north, where, the men are really, say you take other states, I don't know whether to name the states, but whether it's Punjab or UP or Bihar, you will see a lot of atrocities and violence against women because that is not controlled at home. So I think everything begins from home. That's
say something. So I agree with her like totally, but one thing I want to call attention, that why is the onus of teaching boys on mother? So father should also like be involved.
I just want to say, I think family values are very important, like she just mentioned. Just to give you some simple examples, if you see a woman who's highly positioned, you see that respect and admiration for men. So you see, it is when a woman is empowered and when she's well positioned, the men accept it. So I think acceptance level has to come from all levels, and the best way to get started is from the family itself.
Can I give a small? Very valid question, because we come across these cases, handling these cases, young boys. Ultimately, the explanation is, my brothers do it to control their girlfriends, and this is the only way to teach her a lesson. But when you go on talking to them, it is their socialization, as you said very correctly. So it is not just watching domestic violence at the household level, but this is a new form of violence, new dimension in terms of this control. So education at a young age is very important in terms of using these devices and what it means by inclusion and social respect. Just to add to what my colleagues mentioned over here, for example, we are women, we are 50% of the population, and then we train and nurture the other 50% of the population. And then so we are pretty much quite a bit to blame of what is happening, not only us. Now, you can look at the textbooks, for example, that are being taught in schools and all that. You would see that, these need to be reformed. They go back to years and years, and they're still teaching the same textbooks, which are not carrying forward this kind of interventions or this kind of strategies that we are talking about. And the other one is some digital media, some of the movies, films that we see, you see there's violence. Talking about violence, some of the movies, even cartoons that we actually show to kids are also portraying violence against women. When you look at advertisements and all that, I think most of the advertisements in some countries, or probably 100% of the advertisements in these countries, they will always portray the woman as a mother who's ironing, cleaning, washing, whereas the man with a tie and working. Recently, I went to a forum for Scouts and Guides, and then I was asking the kids, who do you want to be? Then so they said, oh, I want to be like my dad. And then so I said, why? Oh, he goes to office, and then I said, so what does your mommy do? But then these moms really do work, in various forums. They said, oh, mommy cleans and washes and cooks and blah, blah, So, I mean, this is 2024. And this is the kind of mentality that is over there. So we need a complete transformation of our mindset. And then that we cannot do like, addressing the panels like yourself over here. We need to start from infancy. The minute we start segregating women to girls to pink, boys to blue, that's where the trouble starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shakila. Now I will hand over the mic to Mikiko Tanaka to conclude the session.
Yeah, now I'd really like to thank all of you, ladies on the dais, and also our audience who has grown. I'm really happy. At the beginning, I was a little bit worried, but that's good. And thank you for the questions. I think this continues on the, discussions we had in different groups, the SDG 5, SDG 17, really the barriers. But I think these different examples actually kind of, brought things a little bit more real and human. And what's striking for me is that, if I didn't get the introductions or I didn't know everybody, it sounds as if it's in the same country, right? But these are all different countries, but common issues, common challenges, maybe different solutions. So thank you very much. We conclude this side event, and then we're going to transition into the closing session. So I think there's tea outside for ladies. Please go and take it. And in 5 minutes, maybe we conclude so that people can also.
Everything that starts has to come to an end. The good part is if the end is as good as start, it's always a memorable. And so we are going to witness a beautiful end of a beautiful beginning. of a journey of 3 years together in the spirit of regional cooperation. So let me invite for this closing session, Mr. Shwambi Saab, UN Resident Commissioner, Coordinator from India, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Sen, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, Mikiko Tanaka, Director and Head of South and Southwest Asia Office of the UNESCAP. Please come on the stage.
Yeah. So what are we doing?
Closing session.
I know, but where are we standing?
No, sit down. You don't need my permission to sit down. Come on. You have been sitting for last 3 days. You know the drill.
I thought it was like a national anthem that's going to come.
If you want your summary presentation, we.
I think you have to do it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Okay. Oh, okay. So now we do. Okay.
The PPT is there?
This is mine?
One
Yeah,
second,
okay.
Mikiko, yeah.
Great. Okay. Mr. Rajiv Sen, Shombi, Rajan, all the delegates, thank you so much for. Oh, I'm really happy to see everybody here. We were getting a little bit worried in the last side of it. But yeah, it's been a kind of a marathon. What is it, 3 days? Yeah. But I'd like to just give a highlight of summary. Obviously, there was a really rich discussion in all the sessions, and we cannot do justice to capture that in a presentation. But in the report, we will put more details in. So let me just run through. If you remember, three days ago, it seems a long time ago. So we started with this, the beautiful cultural show, the Bharatanatyam dance on SDG 5. And then this was the inaugural session, how we started. And then the first session was around country presentations from the 9 countries that have been represented by the governments at this forum. And we heard from each country, the SDG breakthroughs, challenges. I'm not going to really summarize, just to say, I mean, there's a whole diversity of experiences and, of course, status of SDG implementation. Of course, challenges everybody faces. We know that from the sub-regional analysis as well. But I think also very interesting practices, not just in terms of policies or programs, but also in terms of how to plan, monitor, consult around SDGs. And there were examples of how to engage stakeholders, even academic or universities, the youth, also the subnational, the localization of SDGs, some good examples too. So I hope you were able to learn mutually, and perhaps some of the learnings or approaches, models could be also applied in your respective environments and countries. Then we went into the SDG review sessions. So we had 5 SDGs, 3, 5, 8, 14, 17. So here are the summaries of the rich discussions that took place in the plenary. There were presentations, and then of course we had breakout groups. So under SDG 3, good health and well-being, there were 3 sub-themes that were prioritized from our experts from WHO, also the World Bank, in terms of what is really important, sticking points, issues that really need to be tackled in the sub-region. So one was this financial protection for universal health coverage. The second was to address non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, and then to improve health system. And this was really to address this fragmentation of the many institutions, public sector, private sector, around the health services, how to prevent that fragmentation, how to get consistency, continuity, and also quality-wise, what do you call it, coherence. And in terms of challenges, so there was this limited access for marginalized populations and high out-of-pocket costs and this health system fragmentation. Second, lack of awareness. And this is also about change of mindsets and behavior change, particularly around this NCDs and non-communicable diseases, which is around lifestyles. Education and coordinated policies need to be coordinated. So one example is tobacco. You have one part of the government or private sector that is promoting tobacco use, while that is also a factor contributing to health illnesses as well. And yeah, to prevent NCDs. So in terms of some solutions, one is to increase financial protection, which entails enhancing public health funding, reduce out-of-pocket expenses for particularly those who don't have the means, are marginalized, and also to regulate medicine prices. We were talking about branded ones, the generic ones, really make it affordable for those who do not have that means. Expand coverage and accessibility. Broaden health service coverage, including telemedicine. This is in terms of the quality of the service as well as the outreach, and also to include not just the kind of traditional illnesses or injuries, but also NCDs and also mental health, for example. And then to strengthen public-private partnerships and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Promote prevention and healthy lifestyles around the NCTs in particular. So implement awareness programs for healthier habits and focus on preventive care. Strict enforcement of consumer protection and warning labels, and also how to tackle these false ads. Other areas of attention are mental care, also road safety. Strengthen health system coordination to develop unified health frameworks, improve data systems, curb corruption and leakage, and promote interministerial collaboration, and have a really approach that is whole of government and whole of society. SDG 5, gender equality. Gender and equality? I think it's gender equality. No? I'm not sure. So the three sub-themes that were under focus was women's economic empowerment, women's leadership, and gender-based violence prevention. So in terms of challenges, women's job opportunities and upward mobility, there's really a limit. There's a glass ceiling. Gender wage gaps continue to exist for the same kind of jobs. And restricted access to finance, capital, and assets for women. There are really entrenched, persistent social cultural barriers. Gender-based violence, still prevalence is high. Compounded discrimination and violence for those marginalized groups like the Dalits, persons with disabilities, ethnic religious minorities, and the LGBTQ community. Weak policy and law implementation. Huge data gaps. This SDG has lots of data gaps, and persistent prevalence of this gender-based violence. In terms of solutions, a few of many that were raised: enhancing economic empowerment, increase access to information and finance, support women-owned businesses, formalize informal work with social protection. And in terms of allowing women to have that opportunity for jobs, to get employment, and this is really tackling this, the norms, the traditional norms that really prevent women from going out, is to also sensitize families and communities around them. And also to pay attention to special care for marginalized women, which may be because of disabilities or where they are, what ethnic, religious group there may be. In terms of promoting women's leadership, although we see really, excellent leaders amongst us, still it's very difficult, the glass ceiling. So here, encourage gender-sensitive policies and messaging, even including language, right? Like, I think the example that was raised typically is things like chairman or fisherman. You know, there are women actually who are doing a lot of the work, yet, you know, they're invisible. Improving representation everywhere at all levels, particularly management, leadership positions, and highlight success stories through media. Preventing gender-based violence, implement broad-based awareness campaigns, improve data for policymaking, and enhance multi-stakeholder collaboration. Really, everybody needs to be involved. Strengthen education and skills. We talked about the education curriculum, very outdated. We need to reform it. We need to, you know, inculcate this gender equality from a very young age in the education system. Provide vocational training, digital literacy, and tailored skill building for marginalized women. Broad-based awareness raising, again, for gender equality. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. We had 3 sub-themes of youth employment, resource efficient work. This is about efficiency of using resources. This is more for the economic growth part of SDG 8, and labor standards compliance. So in terms of challenges, there's everywhere mismatch of skills and the job supply demand, particularly also in terms of these emerging sectors. There's a skill shortage or mismatch. Outdated education, vocational training, also limits for MSMEs. Barriers for youth include mobility across borders to seek jobs. On the other hand, you have unregulated migration and labor markets that make it difficult for youth to also access jobs. The gender and disability barriers also are barriers for these particular groups. Weak enforcement of labor standards for informal sector and for workers, marginalized workers, inconsistent policies. This, I think a couple of people mentioned, when governments change, policies and programs change. So you don't have that continuity to really help, you know, with this employment issue. And this continued focus on GDP growth is really, you know, needs to be tackled. And so there are some solutions here too. So one is to revamp vocational training, strengthen skills for emerging sectors, technologies, and also special needs for persons with disabilities, persons who are challenged in literacy, and also the context, or indigenous or rural. And many people are in conflict affected areas, and that also requires a different kind of approach. Also to forge this industry education link so that young people in particular who get trained can actually get a job. Promoting resource efficiency, so encourage sustainable practices in key sectors such as agriculture, construction, tourism. I think fishery was another one that was raised. Incentivize green jobs. Here is the issue around the GDP focus, you know, in terms of indicators. So to develop indicators, and preferably through a participatory process around this resource efficiency, also equity labor standards. Strengthen labor standards compliance, improve policy and regulatory enforcement, data collection, promote partnerships with private and academic sectors, and promote the ILO conventions, the ratification thereof. Support inclusive employment, improve job access and social security for women, persons with disabilities, and informal workers, and also to really have streamlined and transparent regulations. Support to MSMEs, and then this continuity in government programs is really, really important to see progress over time. SDG 14, life below water. The 3 sub-themes were ocean and climate change, marine resources, and water pollution. So in terms of challenges, ocean health is severely impacted by climate change, pollution, and declining fish stocks. There are links between coastland and inland, upstream, downstream, and also transboundary across countries as well. I think many people learned a lot about this SDG 14 who are not necessarily, surrounded by the sea. There are links, with landlocked countries and inland as well. Insufficient infrastructure and weak governance in managing plastic pollution and marine conservation. Lack of data, awareness, capacity, financing, participation, collaboration to stop unsustainable illegal practices. In terms of solutions, enhance resilience and inclusion, empower vulnerable communities, for instance, along the coastline. We have very coastal communities dependent on fisheries, and include diverse groups in decision-making for climate adaptation, and do participatory environmental impact assessments. Strengthen marine conservation, so enforce regulations on sustainable fishing and protect coastal ecosystems, including mangroves and coral reefs. Also to tackle this industrial pollution from crude oil, port constructions, and shipbreaking. This came out, and the shipbreaking industry, so to speak, is also quite typical in terms of, using workers, laborers that really do not have, I guess the proper pay. Also the health standards or the hazard, the safety standards are quite weak. So there is a link with SDG 8. Reduce plastic and water pollution, incentivize site recycling, adopt biodegradable alternatives, promote lifestyle change, and strengthen waste management infrastructure. SDG 12 is this consumption, sustainable consumption and production. Foster collaboration and innovation, regional cooperation to regulate illegal fishing, deep sea mining, and pollution. Data generation and sharing. Sometimes you can't really establish the cause and effect of pollution or depletion of resources. Invest in research and development for pollution control and leverage technology for sustainable ocean management. Last but not least, this morning, SDG 17 partnerships for goals. The 3 sub-themes were financing for development, trade investment and private sector engagement, and digital innovation. In terms of challenges, access to financing, which includes, for instance, ODA commitments, this 0.7. Sanctions also impede access to financing for some countries. Regressive taxes, domestic resource allocations, and also the barriers to MSMEs were raised. Trade access barriers, this includes gender and other kinds of disparities, non-tariff measures, fragmented policies, and lack of diversification, economic diversification that would allow more opportunities in trade as well. Structural transformation is very difficult for small economies. Limited benefits to local population often is a problem when we talk about trade and investment. Inadequate digital infrastructure. Still, many remote communities do not have internet. High costs, also those who have it. Cyberbullying is really a threat now. Digital literacy, especially amongst rural and marginalized groups. Solutions. Enhance resilience and inclusion. So empower vulnerable communities and include diverse groups in decision-making for climate. I think I went backwards. What happened? It disappeared. Sorry, something went wrong. It disappeared. Let me skip this. I don't know if the other one will come back. But it was this morning, so maybe you remember, right? Yeah, good. Okay, thank you. So cross-cutting issues across the SDGs for implementation and acceleration, the lack of awareness, mindset, and behavior change, and also data gaps. This came out in many SDGs and sub-themes. So it's insufficient awareness of issues such as health, gender equality, climate impact, and limited access to disaggregated data. To really allow this targeted action. Fragmented policies and limited collaboration. So weak coordination across sectors, and limited sub-regional and regional collaboration slows down progress on transboundary issues. Then financial resource constraints, inadequate funding for public services, social protection, and sustainable initiatives limit the impact of SDG programs. So solutions here are strengthening, of course, data and monitoring, investing in data collection, disaggregation, and sharing to better track progress and inform policies. Facilitate regional cross-border cooperation, implement regular cross-border discussions, and utilize regional agreements such as in SARC or BIMSTEC in the sub-region as platforms to facilitate and foster this exchange. Increase financing and resource allocation, enhance public funding, and mobilize private investment to support SDG initiatives, especially in underserved areas. Then boost awareness and capacity building, conduct community level awareness campaigns and skill building programs to drive SDG engagement and ownership across diverse populations. I just remember one thing on the this morning's discussions on trade, for instance. I noted, I think it's also because of the participation of civil society as well. A lot of this, you know, the leave no one behind agenda, you know, those who are left behind, not able to access, how to really go that last mile. I think there were lots of solutions around that. I'm sorry, I think we dropped one slide. But anyway, you will have the report in a few, maybe a couple of weeks or so. But thank you so much for the participation. And I think we open if there is time for any, I don't know if there's something I really missed or someone clarify.
Thank you. Thank you, Mikiko. Thank you for taking us through all the progress and the discussions that were held in these 3 days. May I now invite Mr. Shambi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator in India, for his closing remarks, please. No, I mean, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rajan and Mikiko. I guess by day 3 or by day 4 for many of us, everybody should be on a first name basis. So I will just thank dear colleague Rajib from Niti Aayog here and Mikiko from ESCAP and Rajan from ESCAP and all of you here in the room. It's great, you know, a real privilege to be again with you, and it's been quite what a week. I guess it hasn't been a whole week. It's been 3 days, 4 days, something like that. Very intense and productive. I do hope I've come out of this time with certainly one great hope, and that is that Mikiko is going to teach us the Bharatnatyam moves. You know, that was her guru who started us off the first morning. So great expectations have been built. Yes. So dear colleagues, I mean, we've gathered here in Delhi at the very kind, gracious hosting of Government of India with a common purpose. And I think that we've achieved that common purpose, as Mikiko-san just elaborated in great detail. And I won't go into detail because this is, for some of you, maybe the third time you've heard me, so I'll spare you that. I'll be mercifully short. Just to thank everybody, because I've been in and out, but my resident coordinator office colleagues have been here very much engaged throughout, and I have a very good sense of the incredibly rich discussions and diverse interactions that we've had throughout these few days with government representatives and businesses, civil societies, different international organizations, UN included, young people also. So it really has been an all hands on deck moment. And as I said at the beginning, there's just simply no important place and no important time to be having this conversation than right here and right now in South and Southwest Asia. The numbers are just simply very clear about why this is important for the world. And I think that we've seen really the 2 layers of important knowledge sharing and conversations around the acceleration frameworks to be applied at home in each of your countries to achieve your national aspirations and national development priorities aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And as well, of course, to bring to life this thing that we call regional cooperation, cross-border cooperation, trans-boundary cooperation, recognizing two realities. One is that we as communities, as nations, do better when we collaborate and cooperate. And two, that the challenges we face oftentimes don't respect boundaries or passports or these sorts of things, pandemics and climate change and all of that. So bringing that to life has been critically important. And I think let us be thankful. Let's take a moment to be thankful that we have each other and that we have built these connections. Many of you, probably most of you, who have not met each other before. So these are new connections, these are new friendships and new partnerships that we can take forward and we will take forward. And for that, I think we should be thankful. I think that, you know, we've heard so many challenges and the world is a scary one in many respects. But we've heard about many more opportunities and many more reasons to be optimistic than to be afraid. And I think I would just simply, again, not reiterating all of the great detail, but focus on the three major dividends that this region has to bring to the world to unleash unbelievable potential. And that is the gender dividend, gender equality. What will be possible when the countries of this region are using fully the human resources that each society has. Incredible potential. The demographic dividend, more broadly, the youth dividend here. Again, more young people that you've seen than in any other region in history. And the inclusion dividend. Again, how to both meet the human rights obligations that we have and at the same time unlock the full potential we have across society so that we are truly leaving no one behind, and not just as a slogan, but to see how when each and every person is able to bring their full capacities to bear, that we all gain as a society. So again, to be brief and to conclude, as we've said many times, what has happened here in these few days really does matter. It matters because, first and foremost, of what you will be taking back to your countries when you leave Delhi. But it also matters because this is directly feeding now into the APFSD in Bangkok in a few months' time, in February. And that in turn is directly feeding into the high-level political forum in New York in July. And that is directly feeding into the decisions that the world leaders make at the United Nations. So I think I would just reiterate that really, truly, the next chapter, the chapter that you are writing right now in South and Southwest Asia will, to a large degree, write much of the chapter of the world in the coming years, few years, 5 years, 10 years, 2, 3 decades, and beyond. Again, the numbers are very, very clear. So this is truly important. And for that, I wish to thank all of the organizers, Government of India as the very generous hosts, Niti Aayog, SCAP, RIS, SANS as well, for bringing us all here together. And I don't know if it's risky to try an old Irish sort of song, something like that, but it's there are good ships and there are wood ships, and there are ships that sail the sea. But the best ships are friendships across national borders. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Not for shipwreck.
Not the ship breaking. Thank you. Thank you, Shambi. Give them a big hand. May I now invite Mr. Rajiv Kumar Sen, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog from Government of India, a co-host of this event, for his closing remarks.
Thank you, dear colleagues on the dais, Mr. Sombi Sharp, Nikiko Tanaka, and Rajesh Ratnaji. I think most of it has been said, but I take this opportunity especially to thank all my friends and colleagues who have come from Bangladesh, Bhutan, Iran, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Turkey, Sri Lanka. It has been an immense learning, like we know many things, we read many things, but when we are in front of each other, we sort of feel that closeness and we get to know what actually is happening. Learning through the books and learning through conversations, physical conversations, I think has a lot of difference. And so that is the first takeaway that I personally have, of interacting with all of you and sort of sharing with you our viewpoints and getting from you what you think on various issues. So that takes me to a few lessons. I mean, lessons, I wouldn't say, but these are my thoughts. First is interconnectedness. So it's not, that only the SDGs are interconnected. I think the geographies are also very much interconnected. When we saw the Rupaji's presentation on trade, on employment, on issues like women's, gender equality, it sort of gives you that, understanding or that sense of, feeling that, it's not as if any country in itself will be able to do everything or much. There's a huge level of interconnected and interdependency, that friendship factor, that I think we all need to appreciate, and we all need to work on that and keep that in our mind, that it's a united effort that we need to do. Then only we will all together be pulled out and we'll do much better than what we are doing today. So that was the first lesson. Second, the comparative analysis. I am really impressed by some of the presentations made by our SCAF friends on, where comparatively with the other countries, the Southeast Asian, Southwestern countries, that again sort of brings out the, the inherent, what should I say, the interdependence and how we can improve. And I would request my SCAP colleagues and the UN, if we could get, a comparative picture of the overall international scenario, the Southeast Asian, and then the specific countries. That will help us to understand that, relatively how good or bad we are doing. So that is something, I think, a glimpse of that we saw. I think, we need to learn more on those. Third is the, as I said, the reasons for differences. Turkey, Maldives, I mean, it's so, what should I say, overwhelming to know that a country which is made 1%, I think that's what they said, 1% is your land area of the total. So even, thinking of these types of attaining these goals is itself an achievement, I would say. With 1% land territory, no connectedness, and, you're thinking of achieving these SDGs, that itself is a marvelous and a very, what should I say, very, very ambitious and laudable effort in itself. So these types of things, like the differences, the geographical differences, the social strata, the social milieu, how countries are sort of grappling with that, how they are trying to make the best of it. Again, this feeling of differences and the process of transformation that they're doing is itself very enlightening for me, and I think that's true for most of us here. Fourth is, of course, open discussions, fair and frank. So in the seminars themselves or the breakout sessions that we had and during lunch, over lunch and tea, we have discussed and we have sort of gone beyond this. The administrative structure, I think gentleman from Nepal was asking, how does your system work, administratively, what do you do and things like that. So these are all the externalities of having a, program like this where we all come together. So that's another lesson that I learned. And the importance of data, again, quality data. That is something which, again, intuitively everyone knows, but it was brought out time and again for each of the goals as we are discussing, that how important it is to have good quality and reliable data for monitoring our SDGs. So these are 4-5 lessons that I thought I'll sort of just share with you. And I think it's the same for all. All of us are richer in our knowledge about each other. And I think this our cooperation will continue, and will all of us will do better than we are doing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. So now we come to the end, and as one of the organizations which has co-hosted this, it's my responsibility to express the vote of thanks. It's a very long list, and I don't want to cut it short, to be very honest, because I don't want to fall short in appreciating the good work done by everybody. So let me first of all thank Niti Aayog and the entire team, the vice chairman, the member who attended, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Sen. Thank you very much for supporting us wholeheartedly, giving your time from your busy schedule for meeting, discussing all these details, and all what impressive venue, thanks to Niti Aayog. From Niti, I would also like to thank a few names. Mr. Hemant Kumar Meena, Deputy Secretary. Hemant, if you are there, can you please stand? And Tushar. These two have been, and the team has been working for these arrangements day and night. Without them, this would not have been possible, honestly speaking. I must also thank UNRC and his entire team, Radhika, Chris, Ellen, if they are there. They have done a lot of work, enthusiasm, and giving us various tips as to how we can make it more inclusive, and we can bring all the dimensions. The team from UNDP, which has been working in NITI, as well as a part of a country team, which partnered with us for organizing one side event and supporting. Thank you, all of you. Please give them a big hand to the RC team and the UNDP colleagues. I must also, of course, in absentia, would like to thank the Government of India for showing this political will, for allowing all the members of SOSWA, this South and Southwest Asia, that we could see, except Afghanistan, where there is an embargo, we could not bring. But irrespective of, and when we started, we were very tentative, which country will get the visa, which country will not get visa. But we are very happy that we have brothers from Pakistan coming in, brothers and sisters coming in from Bangladesh, which is quite an achievement. And I think when we have to talk about regional cooperation, this is the spirit which the government and people must show, what Shambi said, as friendship. So I must thank for all those people in the Government of India, all those who have moderated the panels, chaired the panel, participated actively. Thank you for all. Most of you are not here, but we must thank. I also take this opportunity to thank SANS. It's a South and Southwest Asia Network on Sustainable Development, our partners, RIS, and other institutions who have participated and make it more successful. Also, South Asia Women Development Forum, Pramila ji is here. Thank you very much. Mariam Shakila, Ratna Prabhaji, Sheila ji, she has gone, and all other women who have participated. Diksha is there from Saudi. You have been really the driving force, and one of the driving force I witnessed yesterday night, where I had something around 50 tanks going around me, and I said, do we really require women empowerment? But jokes apart, our work on success for the women empowerment has come because of these champions of women who keep us all the time driving to work on that. I must also thank the civil society organizations, all those who have participated very actively. They are the one who come at the very beginning of the day, and they are the one who go at the last. I think your dedication, your contribution to these SDG forum, when we talk about leaving no one behind, without you, it would not have been possible. The various dimensions that you bring. So please give them all a big, big hand. I must also thank my team, a largest contingent of the team which has come from Bangkok for this sub-regional forum. And 3 top sought directors, Hamza, thank you very much. Rupa, I don't know whether she's there or not. Gigiana, Oliver, Manuel, Yusuke, Selsa, another team who organized the VNR workshop. I must also take this opportunity to thank our UNESCAP team of our office. And before that, definitely, yes, as has been pointed out, we are part of a UN country team. And some of the UN organizations here in Delhi very actively participated, like WHO, UN Women, World Bank, ILO, for moderating the sessions or chairing some of the breakout sessions. Not only that, but they also helped us in the show, which we, the slides which we did for the various themes. They provided a lot of input. Our colleague from Bangkok, like Katinka, she's sitting there. Thank you, Katinka, for your contribution. Coming to Delhi team, Jing, Stephanie, Leila, Joseph, all of them you would have seen. Big thank to all of you. And that corner team, which has been the backbone, like working with Hemant and Tushar, Raju, Uma, Rakesh, Kavita, Jaikumar, Nandkishore, and all other. The temperature of the room to be cooled down is because of this team. They are the ones who said, now you are so excited that you need some cooling effect, otherwise there is something going to happen. The energy which our team has got for continuously working for a long time is all because of the youngsters who have been part of our team, our interns. Simon, stand up please. Simon, Laura, Zara, Nikisha, Swarnaditya, please. Yeah, they are the ones who have done a lot of work. Thank you. This would not have been possible without you people. And last but not the least, a person who is very, very important for this team, who led the process, drive us all very mad in the entire process. It's not he, it's she. And with the principles of leaving no one behind, she had left no stone unturned. So I say it's a parallel of LNOB, which is LNSU. And to the extent she made us excel, even when she was on leave, she would send us the first thing. When I get up from the bed in the early morning, the first thing I will do is hesitant to touch my mobile to see my mail, because I know there will be 20 instructions which would have come from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Thanks to you, Mikiko. Give her a big hand, please. It was obvious. She has really, no, you will not speak. This is my turn. The Kathak. She is the one who really transformed and made this SDG forum as inclusive, giving everybody equal rights, bringing the dimension of the civil society, the women and various stakeholders. Perhaps these inputs were very important. So thank you, Mikiko, for all this. So this ends. Thank you very much for all your time, for all your patience with us.
And thanks to Raja.
Thank you. Thank you for all your blessings. Thank you for all your support. And hope to see you next year in another SDG forum. We don't know where, but definitely some of you will be there. Thank you. Inshallah. See you. Yeah.
We do the whole family?
We can have whole family or at least 4 of us as a part of that drill.
Who is
Ceremonial.
left? Who is left? Yes.